Welcome back to LifeStream 22. I'm James Porter, and I'm privileged to be here and to be advocating on behalf of unborn children today. And I hope you'll be really inspired throughout this live stream that you can take a stand for life too.
And hello, I am Christina, and I hope that you've been watching the 2 days that we've had so far. We're on our third evening, but if you have missed any previous sessions in the past 2 evenings, you can catch up on our website and also on our relaunched YouTube channel. If you just search up March for Life UK, you'll get everything there. So this evening, we're expecting again amazing discussions, roundtable discussions, apologetics, testimonies, news from the US and Ireland, and much more. So stay tuned.
As a reminder, our theme is 10 million too many. And that refers to, of course, the 10 million, over 10 million children who've had their lives ended deliberately by abortion since 1967, when the law changed in our country. And one child would be too many, but 10 million, that's more than the populations of Scotland and Wales. We're talking about a genocide here, and this is something we really need to take seriously and make a priority in our lives, something we should prioritise ending.
Exactly. So with that priority, please make sure to comment, share, like on every platform. Share it with your friends, share it on Twitter, Facebook, anything that you use. Have a look at this video and please just share it around, and visit the website marchforlife.co.uk, and we've got lots of things and ways for you to get involved, donations and etc. So please have a little look at that and make sure to follow our hashtags. So first one is hashtag LifeStream22, the number 22. You should be able to see it down here, and also our hashtag 10 million too many. So please have a look at that and spread the word.
So first up today, we have another tough question, which leading apologist Dr. Callum Miller will be answering for us. What about a woman's right to choose?
So what about a woman's right to choose? Well, I think it's important we look at this question seriously and sincerely, because often pro-lifers are interpreted as not really caring about a woman's choice, dismissing it as completely irrelevant. And I want to say that it is profoundly important that we think about why choice is important and why a woman's choice about her body is important, so that we can really grapple with this question seriously. And the reason is because, of course, in many parts of the world and in our own country today, a woman's choice about her own body has been disrupted and violated in ways which are profoundly abusive and harmful and grotesque. And they're an insult to human dignity and to the infinite value of women. Whether it's rape, including marital rape, or abuse in domestic or other contexts, or whether it's human trafficking, where women are taken as slaves, including sex slaves. In all of these cases, which are common and are prevalent in our society, women's bodies are disrespected and violated and abused in ways which are completely unconscionable. And so it's completely understandable why there would be a sense of defensiveness and protectiveness about a woman's body. And I can absolutely understand why people who oppose abortion might be seen as part of that. But I want to suggest that the reality is somewhat different, because in this case, we're not simply talking about one body. Pro-lifers agree that in general people should have choices. All of us agree that in general people should have choices, particularly choices about how our own body is used. But we all agree at the same time that choices have limits, that we don't have limitless choice. We can't just choose to do absolutely anything we want with our own bodies. And so I often am limited from doing what I want with my own body if it might harm somebody else, particularly if it might harm an innocent, vulnerable person. And we can see this in the context of abortion. Almost everyone in this country, which is a very pro-choice country, almost everyone thinks that a woman's choice to have an abortion should be limited in certain contexts. They think that it should be limited if the reason is a sex-selective abortion. Almost everyone thinks that sex-selective abortion, aborting a child simply because it is a baby girl, should be illegal. Likewise, almost everyone agrees that abortion up until birth should be illegal. Now, is that because we all hate women and think that they shouldn't have choices over their own bodies? Well, of course not. It's almost everyone in the country who believes this, and many of them identify as pro-choice. The reason is that we realize that at some stage in a pregnancy, life has to be protected. We all agree that where there is an innocent life, people's choices should be limited in a way that upholds their dignity and supports them and empowers them, but without taking away the dignity and the protection of the second life or the second body in the equation. And so pro-lifers in that sense don't have a radically different view from most people in the population. We all agree that at some point in a pregnancy, the second body of the second person has to be protected. Pro-lifers just say that this begins at conception because that is when the second body comes to exist. That is when the second person comes to exist. And that is when the second life should be protected. So all of us agree that choice is an important thing and that women's bodies and women's choices have been grotesquely abused in the past and still in the future in a way which society still doesn't fully appreciate. And it's vitally important that we do fully appreciate that. But at the same time, everyone agrees that choices should be limited in order to protect innocent human beings. And so pro-lifers don't have a radically different view on that. They just say that we should include everyone who is a human being in that protection. Not just human beings that have reached a certain stage of development, not just human beings outside of the womb, not just human beings that have a certain level of cognitive ability. They say that all human beings are equal at any stage of development, no matter their abilities, no matter their size, no matter their location. And so all human beings should have protection. And that is why choice is a much more complicated concept than many of us recognize. And that's why it's vitally important that we think carefully about it so that we can use choice not as a means of exploiting innocent people or having unlimited freedom to treat other people in any way we want, but we should use choice for the good of other people. We should use choice in order to empower and to protect the vulnerable. And that's why pro-lifers say that we should protect the woman and the unborn child and love them both and support them both and uphold both of their dignity and both of their bodies when it comes to the topic of abortion.
But I think that answered question just really shows us the value of knowing the ways to talk about these kind of issues that will be raised by people you know or people you're engaging with. So thank you, Dr. Callum, for explaining that. If you're interested in hearing a lot more of Dr. Callum, he has actually answered quite a lot of questions like this on his website, callumsblog.com. You can visit the link on the screen to learn more.
And next we have an amazing talk by Sheila Wilbanks and Sam Sweeney, who work at Stillwater Centre in Birmingham, and they are discussing post-abortion grief.
So, Sheila, we've been working together for 10 years at Stillwaters. Lots of different clients, lots of stories.
Yeah.
But I've never really asked, how did you get into it? How did you come to be at Stillwaters?
Yeah.
Because you're not from the UK, are you?
I'm not. We were newly arrived in Birmingham.
Yeah.
And I had worked in a similar ministry when we were living in Texas. And the Lord just really laid it on my heart when we arrived that, well, maybe it's time to get back into this work again. And so I just pretty much Googled pregnancy centers in Birmingham, and it came up with Stillwaters. And so I just rang up and went and checked it out and really felt like this was a place that I wanted to minister and wanted to serve. And so it was really good, because the thing that I like is just the number of people that we are able to reach out to, that we're really able to help through, especially their losses, to be able to be there and to hear their story and to help them through that. So Sam, what about you? How did you get involved with Stillwaters?
I was having a break from teaching. I wanted to do something different, and I met a woman, Lee, who volunteered at Stillwaters, and she said that they need more volunteers, and I was interested, so because it was local to me as well, and I rang up and John Smith, the manager at the time, but nobody got back to me, and so I thought I'll just go out, and I felt God say walk past there, and I didn't want to, but I felt like I was pushed to walk past there, and then I thought if the door's open, I'll go in, and the door was open, so I thought I'll just try it. So I rang the doorbell, and a woman answered the door, and she said, "Sam," and I went, "Yes, but I haven't made an appointment."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Sam, we've been expecting you." And I said, "Yes, but I haven't made an appointment." And she goes, "Come upstairs." And so I went upstairs, and they were waiting for a Sam, a client's friend who never arrived. But I turned up at the time that they were waiting for that Sam instead. So we all had a laugh. And then I joined the team, and I started off doing pregnancy crisis and moved on to doing post-abortion clients. So I've been doing that for over 10 years now.
Yeah. What a great story. I'm glad you went upstairs. Yeah, it's been great. So just thinking about those 10 years and different clients that you've been able to work with, what do you think is like a common theme that you've seen through all of them?
It's great to journey with them, but these clients come to us so broken, and some of them know why, and some of them don't know why. And when they begin to tell their stories, even though they'd made the decision to have the abortion, some are very confused afterwards, because they think that if they have the abortion, life would get back to normal.
Almost like a reset button, they think, isn't it?
Yeah, life will get back to normal, and I'll just get rid of this problem.
Yeah.
And but what really happens is they're never the same again. And so the clients that I've seen, they think they'll be fine, and then they start to have feelings of grief, which looks like, they're becoming more tired, they're crying and they don't know why, they're having thoughts about the baby and about the abortion. They might have some hallucinations or hear voices. And so when these clients come, they're all in a troubled way. And what's amazing is when we walk through the different stages of grief, when we walk through the step-by-step program, when we look at telling the story, because we might be the first person they tell the story to, which is very difficult. And then they go through the anger stage, and the shame, and then the blame, and then the accountability, and then the grief. When we look at the grief, that's always quite commonly a massive turning point in the therapy that we do, because it's acknowledging the loss, and they find out why that it is grief that they're feeling, and then they find out why, and then they are having to deal with that. So, and then after that, they come through into moving on into the future. So with all of the clients, it's been a privilege really to journey with them, but also to see them come through the grief, which we say will always come up. There'll always possibly be reminders on anniversaries, but the grief might not be as painful as it first was, as they came to us in the first place. Did you find that?
No, that's very true. That's very true. And I think a lot of them, the clients, they don't recognize that they're in that grief, like you were talking about. So they might just think it's just sadness, or they might just think, okay, I just can't quite get on with life, but they don't recognize it as grief, because I think a lot of times they don't feel like that they're allowed to grieve.
That's true.
So maybe we should just talk about what grief is. Maybe just a working definition of grief.
Yeah.
What would you say?
I would say that grief is a response to a loss. And grief comes in all kinds of ways, because we can grieve for a lost job. Mainly it's about a loss of someone, isn't it? That's what we really associate grief with, a death of a person. But it could also be a loss of a job, or a loss of an experience, or a loss of a physical, not being able to do something that you're used to doing. But with abortion, we normally use the term disenfranchised grief, because society says that you shouldn't grieve because you made that decision. And so often our clients feel like they don't have a right to grieve. And it's not, with normal, different cultures do it in different ways. If we, in Asian culture, if someone dies, people come round and they visit, and we don't really send cards, but but people sit with that person. They sit with them in their grief. In an abortion situation, you have none of that, and there might be no one that this client has told the story to. And I've had clients that I'm the first person they've told the story to. And so in that sense, the grief is not acknowledged. And so they don't think they have permission to grieve. And we've had clients that have come after 1 year, after 5 years, after 30 years, remember? And until it was acknowledged and brought into the light, really, to deal with and to make peace with, it doesn't mean that they're going to forget, but that sting of that first grief is not there. But it's difficult. It's a very difficult kind of grief, because it's so hidden, it's so taboo, and people think that you should have got over it by now.
No, that's true.
You made that decision. You should have got over it by now.
Or sometimes clients wonder why they haven't gotten over it by now. They think, it's been so long ago, I should have just been able to move on.
And they feel like the loss of control, isn't there? Why am I still crying? Actually, why am I getting worse? Because they start off thinking they're okay, I've done it, I've done that, I've done the abortion, it's fine. But then they continue to grieve, and the grief gets worse. And so when I have the clients, as I say that that this is a safe space, and from your symptoms I can see that you're grieving. I'm saying here that I'm giving you permission to grieve, because this is a loss. And they don't realise that, because it's huge. That whole idea of permission to grieve, that opens up a whole new door for them, doesn't it? When they realize, I've experienced a loss. And it's just, I have lost something, so I need to grieve that. And I think it's through that, grieving that, then they can move past it. But not until they recognize it. Recognize their loss and what it's meant to them, can they move forward. So I think with that, it's just thinking through clients. It's like, okay, like you said, it doesn't matter if it's been 1 year or 30 years. It's them opening up, being able to tell us their story, which is such a privilege to be able to hear. But then it's like they're not carrying that alone anymore. I think that's the part, isn't it? Grief makes you feel so alone, doesn't it? And isolated. And because the thing is, say, I lost my father, but my sister, my brother, my mother were going through that with me. With an abortion, she might be with a partner, she might not, the partner
Yeah.
might have
Mm-hmm.
forced her, or you know, there's
It's
all
true.
kinds of stories.
Yeah.
But she'll be, you know, essentially alone
Yeah.
in that,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's quite a powerful work.
It
This
is.
work,
It is.
and it's when the client has that breakthrough, because one of the big things that we do with grief is it not only acknowledging it, but acknowledging that this was a life.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
and to give respect to that life by naming
Yes.
the baby.
So important.
Yeah, naming the baby, and so and always, mostly, the mother knows the sex of the baby.
She just has that feeling, doesn't
Yeah,
she?
yeah, and naming the baby, and then writing that letter to the baby of how you're feeling in this stage. Is there's always just a huge breakthrough if the clients have the courage to do that. They don't all have the courage to do that, and that's fine, because we go with the clients at their own pace and their own time. But you can see when I remember back, you can see in their eyes when they begin to realise, because half the confusion when they come to visit, like, what's going on?
Yeah.
I'm out of control.
Right.
Why do I keep crying and stuff? So it's seeing that realisation that they see and they discover for themselves. So we're just kind of journeying, following this manual faithfully. But they're hopefully holding the safe space for them to discover the truth of where they're at and what's really happened.
Yeah.
The mammoothness of what's really happened.
That's true.
We've never had a pregnancy crisis client come back to us and said, I regret having the baby.
No, that's true. That's true, yeah. And in thinking about, as we help the clients process the grief, I think it's important, the thing that we do that says that, you know, grief never goes away. It's not like one day they'll stop grieving. It just looks very different, doesn't it? As the longer it goes on.
Yeah.
So I think it's the whole imagery, like when a loss first happens, it's almost like, you know, it's right in front of your face. You can't see anything else because that grief is all consuming.
Yeah.
But once we walk through that process with them, or they work through that grief, acknowledge their loss, talk about the pain of it, then it's that grief is able to come from up here and it kind of moves down in their heart. So it's still there.
Yeah.
It really becomes just that proper place in their heart.
Yeah.
They don't forget, but they're able to accept it and to be able to move forward.
That's a beautiful way of putting it, because it is there, and then it might reoccur on anniversaries and on certain dates. So part of the program is we tell them to be mindful of those dates and not to plan too much, because grief, if it comes up, it's going to come up, and it can be all consuming and overwhelming and heavy. But you know, eventually, when it's all they see through the program, and eventually with life and with the skills that they've got, they can move it down and internalize it in a way so it's not all consuming and pick up life again.
Right. Yeah. I think when a client is in so much grief, it's almost like they can't handle anything else. Yeah. Like any other little stressor puts them over
it demands
the top.
attention. The grief demands attention.
Yeah, but once they focus on that grief and work through it, then it's everything else in life is much less stressful for them, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's really difficult for them, because if they've got to function and they've got to go to work, and if they've got other kids and a family to look after, and then there's this huge darkness that they're carrying, this huge weight of grief, which is getting bigger and bigger and all-consuming. A lot of the clients that I've seen have had to have time off work, that they just can't function.
No, they don't have the
They've gone
capacity,
so far that they're unable to function until they deal with this. And whether it's with us or Rachel's Vineyard.
Right. It's important that they get that help, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, let's think about not only the clients, but let's think about maybe the partners. I know we've seen some men as clients as well.
Yes.
Any come to mind that you can think of that have dealing with their grief?
Yeah, I did see a couple and once separately and occasionally together, and the father was in deep grief. Quite more in touch, I'd say, with his grief than his partner. But that was once he'd acknowledged it, and because it doesn't move in a linear way.
No.
I mean, we work through the program in a linear way,
Right.
but they might be feeling the anger
Yeah.
and the shame along with the grief. And then we'll touch on those chapters as we go through the program in a linear
Yeah.
way. But once he was already in that grief period, so it was quite easy to do the letter writing.
Okay.
Once he'd acknowledged that, and I think it helps for them to know that someone knows that I understand what you're going through.
Yeah.
This is normal. You know, this is normal to feel like this after an
True.
abortion.
Yeah.
And, you know, they moved on quite quickly. And sometimes I have clients who are still with their partners, and then they feed back to their partners after each session.
Yeah.
And their partner sort of goes through it with them, especially with naming the baby and then writing the letter. That's always a really powerful thing to do. And then naming the child together.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I think about a male client that I had, and his grief came out as anger. So he just became a really angry person.
Oh, really?
And once he recognized, okay, that was really grief that he was dealing with. It's not just the anger. So it was grief that was under there. And once we started working through that grief and he was able to identify his feelings, to be able to name what those were, then he's like, oh yeah, that's where that anger is coming from.
Yeah.
And so he was able just to work through that. And it's just amazing just to see how far he had come in that time by just recognizing his loss.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it's just bringing truth
It
to
is.
people.
Yeah.
It's a truth of their situation. It's a truth that it's so easy to have an abortion, but people really don't know what happens afterwards. You know, some people are fine, or some people are in deep denial for years and years and years.
Yeah.
But actually, it's bigger than we think.
Yeah.
You know, because of the power of having a life inside of you, and then getting rid of that, and then being the person who did it with whatever circumstance.
Yeah.
It's a huge thing to recover from, and I think people, you know, need to know that grief does follow. You know, this huge decision, and there needs to be more education.
Right, there really does.
Yeah.
There really does. Yeah. And I think, like you said, some people are able to work through that grief.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes it's just there's a complicated grief that they just can't get through on their own.
Yeah.
So I think that's when it's important they reach out to somebody like us or Rachel's Vineyard, you know, just to be able to say, okay, I'm stuck. You know, I just need help.
Yeah.
But knowing that there is that help available.
Yeah.
That they can walk through that process of grief. And
Yeah.
knowing that they can come out on the other side.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. And it's like we look at it like a river of grief. You can't go around it, you can't go over it, but you have to walk through the river of grief.
Right.
And there's these stepping stones that we take them through with, you know, naming with their names of, you know, telling the story, the anger, the shame, the blame, the grief, the accountability, and letting go and moving on. Just to walk through this river. They have to walk through that river of grief to get to the other side, to be able to internalize that grief and to be able to function with it. They're never the same again after this experience.
That's exactly right. So we've talked about partners. What about grandparents? People who've lost the chance to be a grandparent by the daughter or the son having a termination.
Yeah, that's a good point. We did have a grandmother once who started, and because we don't realise how it affects the family tree, how it affects, it's not just the mother, the father, the siblings. And I had clients who've talked about siblings where the mother is able to help them with a memory box for that baby, and they go through it and they celebrate the birthday of the baby, because some of them might be twins as well. I've had some who've had the loss of a twin, and so it affects the whole family and the whole family tree, and so when grandparents find out, because they're not always told,
No, they're not.
they go through that grief process as well, and sisters as well, you know, sisters that who want to support their sister also, you know, it affects the whole family, really.
It does, yeah. So since we've been doing this for so long, 10 years at Stillwaters, what client comes to mind? if you can think back on your clients, what's a client that just comes to mind that you've never forgotten, that you just really have seen how he or she has just really embraced the program and has just come through on the other side?
Oh wow,
So many. I know it's hard Yeah. I think about this woman who had multiple abortions, and she just came and she was so lost. She just had no idea, and she didn't recognize what she was feeling. She was afraid to feel what she was feeling, actually. But just as we were walking through and just being able to, we do the example of how what are your feelings, like to name your feelings, express your feelings.
Yes, yeah.
And so once we walked through that, she's like, okay, now I can see what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
And once she was able to see that, then we were able to pick it apart and say, okay, this makes sense to her, this makes sense to her. And she was just able to then accept the decision that she made. And then she found such freedom at the end. So,
that's a beautiful, powerful story.
I'll always remember her, yeah.
Yeah. And I finished a very young client who sometimes you don't realise, who found it, you don't realise what effect it's having, and they seem to come every week ready for the next step, who still is suffering with a grief, but it's minimalised, and it's not, I don't think it's quite internalised yet, but the grace of God is that he keeps this work going even when our 10 sessions are finished. But still, she made huge breakthroughs, and just going back into life again and appreciating the children around her and the gift of what this baby was, and also seeing the clients who have acknowledged how this baby has changed them.
True.
And help them to have different boundaries, put proper boundaries in place, and to look at everything, really.
Yeah.
So even though this baby was in their life a short amount of time, I've seen clients who've said, actually, if I hadn't have had this baby, if I hadn't held this baby, carried this baby, I would not be in this place that I am now, and seeing life like this, putting these boundaries in place. I had an incredible client who's really, really suffering with grief and guilt, and as a way to get over it, she would busy herself.
Okay, yeah.
And she learned to stop, and then when she stopped, the grief came up, and she felt it, but it was a release for her. It was a bit difficult and messy at first, but then as she released it, she released the stress in her tears, she gave herself time to grieve, because it does take time.
Yeah, it does.
And we're not all robots that we should just function, because apparently there's 3 days off you can have for work in my job for grief. But it's a lifetime work. And she took time to grieve, and she just came through in a huge way, and was more of a rounded mother for her existing children, and just so life was brighter. That colour had come back, because a lot of them describe it as the colour's gone out of my life, and it's just drab and black and white. I used to be like this, but now I'm like this. And we do a gauge at the beginning. We say, out of 10, how do you feel? And it's always low, and then after they've done the grief work, and it improves, and they love seeing that.
Yeah. So one more question I want to ask you. If you were to give advice to somebody that's watching this that maybe has experienced a loss, a termination, an abortion, what hope would you want to give them? What would you want them to know?
That, whatever you've done, God is bigger than all of that, and God forgives you. But also, God doesn't want you to suffer in your grief. You've suffered enough. God does want to set you free, but also wants to help you to, acknowledge the grief of what's happened. So you cannot live in this death forever. And there's always hope.
That's beautiful.
And there are, people who specialise in working in this come to us, speak to us, and allow yourself to grieve.
Yeah.
I'm saying you have permission to grieve
Yeah.
because it's a loss.
Yeah.
It's a death.
It is.
You know, it's alive and then, you know, there's a loss.
Yeah.
But give yourself time to grieve. Allow yourself to cry over it.
Definitely. Yeah.
Acknowledge the baby. Acknowledge the feelings that you had when the baby was growing inside your womb. Acknowledge any warmth and any future hopes that you had for this baby.
Yeah.
Acknowledge that. Grieve for that. And set time aside and anniversaries. And if the grief comes up, don't push it down.
Yeah.
Write it out in a journal.
Yeah.
Write your feelings out.
Yeah.
Write a letter to your baby.
Yeah.
Write a letter to anyone else involved. If there's anyone you're angry with, get that anger out.
Yeah.
Go to a place of forgiveness. Perhaps the medical team or, you know, just give yourself time.
Yeah.
Time to grieve because this demands time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Respect.
Yeah. And I would also want them to know they're not alone.
Yeah.
You know, they do not have to
Really
walk through this
important.
alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
They can. There are people they can share their story with.
Yeah.
People that can walk alongside this grief with them.
Yeah.
There are people to help. They're not alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you so much, Sheila Wilbanks and Sam Sweeney, for such an amazing talk. And they really enlightened us in how important it is to understand this grief for those hurting from abortion and also for those around them. And, you know, when we do see women and men who are really angry and who seem really upset and we sort of don't really understand what's going on, I think this talk has really helped us to realise that they are grieving and they are victims of this trauma of abortion. And so if anyone you know or if yourselves, any friends are going through something similar at the moment or have gone through that trauma, please visit the website March for Life because there's lots of charities and organisations there that can help you have the aid that you need.
And on that theme, we now have a talk by a lady called Shannon who's going to share her story of having 2 abortions, but with the child she's currently pregnant with, how having help from others actually has really helped her to choose life for her baby.
I was about 18 when I got pregnant the first time. I was living at home with my mom. My parents had just got divorced. This was in Michigan, where I grew up, just outside of Detroit. And I had a boyfriend at the time. I think we dated maybe 4 months until, you know, I realized I was pregnant. And I think it was just at the time even though I was raised, I wasn't actually raised a Catholic, but I went to a Catholic high school and went to church sometimes with my mom, who was raised Catholic. But it was actually my mom who kind of walked me through the options, abortion being one of them. So and at first I wanted to have the baby, but then I think I realized, or at the time I thought it wasn't going to be a good idea because my life situation wasn't settled, things like that. So I kind of reasoned my way to having that abortion. I didn't really get any alternative options for different routes I could have gone down. I think the reason for that is because my own mom had an abortion herself for basically the same reasons. She was married quite young, at about 18. She had 3 kids. She got divorced, and then at that time, I guess she decided, you know, I'm going to go live my life, and she ended up getting pregnant with somebody irrelevant to her at the time. I mean, I hate to put it like that, but and so she thought it would be a similar situation. But I never heard anybody else mention, you know, you could put it up for adoption or you could have it. There wasn't really any talk of that at all, any support for other options. The day that I was booked in to have the abortion appointment, my mother took me. It was strangely this like large office building in the middle of this really industrial area. I thought I would see some people outside with signs and placards and things like that, but I didn't see anybody. It was very clinical. I answered some questions. They, I think I had to see an ultrasound at the time. I don't know if they still make people do that. But, and I was, you know, taken in to a table, and there was this machine. It was like a vacuum, and I remember just kind of zoning out and trying not to think about what was happening at the time. And I remember I woke up in a room with a lot of other women in the same position. And I remember they just had, I don't know why, I just remember they had given us blue paper blankets, and you would just lay there, and I could hear people crying, and I was crying, and you just don't forget that, or it stays with you. I think when I think back after to what I was thinking about it, I think I felt like there was a sense of relief in that a problem that was once there didn't exist anymore, but as time went on, I kind of realized that that itself became the problem. And that's you think back at these, I remember little things because it was quite a long time ago, but I remember being affected by you know, seeing ads about, you know, nappies and things like that. And you know, friends that would have their own children, and so that would be little things like that would trigger me a bit. My immediate family and like a couple of my close friends knew about it, because then after that I had this like year-long period of time where I just kind of went crazy, just doing a lot of silly things that didn't make sense, and kind of almost became homeless at one point. I think now, you know, looking back, it was probably something I was trying to punish myself for, which led again to another abortion. I remember when I was still kind of recovering in the beginning from the first abortion, my mother told me something like, you know, be careful because women that have one abortion, usually there's like some statistic where they'll go on to have 2 abortions. And I thought, no, that won't be me. But I didn't, like I said, there was a period of time where I kind of went off the rails, and I ended up, I was in a relationship, you know, I was still only about 19, and just, it was a boyfriend at the time, and it wasn't something I planned. There was even birth control involved that failed. So it was something I was faced with again. I had to consider what to do, and it was a very similar situation. It was just like a feeling like I wasn't settled. I couldn't do it by myself. I didn't want to give my children or child, you know, an unstable life, to where, you know, I didn't know whether or not the father would be involved, that kind of thing. I was still young. I didn't really have an education of much, you know, no saleable skills. So it was just, I think I thought, well, I was actually in a worse situation because like I said, I was kind of homeless in a way. And so I just thought, well, there's, you know, I've done this before, I'll do it again. And again, there was nobody at the door. I was thinking there would be, but it was basically the similar situation. I think it might have even been the same place. And that time it was, I was driven there by the father, who was probably himself only about 18 at the time. And same situation. And I remember, it's sad because I remember meeting up with him a couple years later, and he mentioned that I think after me he had dated another 2 women who he had gotten pregnant, and they were both abortions as well. So I mean, I think people just don't learn sometimes. They don't consider. I think if somebody had been outside, I don't know how it would have impacted the decision, but I expected somebody to be there. I expected to be kind of confronted about it. Or just, you know, somebody there trying to make a difference somehow. I don't know if it would have made a difference, but it might have. When you hear about these laws where they're trying to install these buffer zones, I can understand what their aim is, but it's it's not something that I think people need to have that, that voice just saying like, are you sure? You know, even just somebody, their presence. You know, I'm not one for, you know, the big signs with, you know, the really graphic images. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying like somebody there who is trying to say there's another thing that you know, there's other things you can do, and not something that's gonna stay with you forever, even though you think that you're solving a problem there and then. It's, you know, it's important to have people there just telling you that it's not going to be over. For a long time I was kind of unable to really think about the actual decision of having those 2 abortions. I think I didn't talk about it. I didn't tell people about it. And it was just something I didn't emotionally want to confront ever. But then as the years went by, I think you just change somehow as a person, and I know I'm nothing like I was when I was 18 or 19, and your values change as well, because when I had my kids, I started going back to church, and it was a lot more involved than I was ever before. And the pro-life movement for Catholics is quite a main issue. I mean, it is for other Christians as well, but for Catholics, it's like it's a pretty important thing. So I just went through this process of thinking about the decisions that I made and why, and then kind of allowing myself to kind of confront what happened, and there was a lot of guilt and a lot of anger at myself. And I remember thinking, for me, there was a big issue with feeling like a hypocrite, because I didn't feel like, for a long time, I didn't feel like I could be somebody who could change their mind and say like, oh, well, I'm pro-life now because I've had 2 abortions, so that, you know, I just thought, well, who am I to say something like that, because I've had 2 abortions. So who am I to say like, oh, it's wrong, you shouldn't do it. But I just I came to this conclusion that people can change, and what you think that you know at the time that influences your decision, that changes as well. You know, you end up learning more over the course of your life, whereas you might have made a different decision if you had more facts, more support. So it's just about allowing yourself to move on and be okay with having made the wrong decision before, but looking back and saying, you know, I could have done better. Once I had started attending church again, I started to recognize that there were these pro-life initiatives in my parish. And so I started looking into it, and again, this was through my whole kind of self-argument about whether I could, change and, or whether it would be hypocritical. I went through a lot of web surfing, and I found about a group called Silent No More. I think because I typed in I regret my abortion, and that came up with Silent No More, but they didn't actually have any more UK branches over here. I guess they haven't for a while, but they put me in touch with Rachel's Vineyards, and that was the first time in about 20 years where I actually began talking about it openly. And once I started talking about it, it's like I couldn't stop talking about it. But then afterwards, it was useful to have that going forward and think, you can think about these children, these aborted children, and know that they're still your children, even if they're not around anymore. And that's how Rachel's Vineyard kind of tries to promote people to think about it like that, because they were children, not just a clump of cells or however they term it to make it acceptable. So it was difficult, but it was really, I think cathartic is the word. I mean, if I met somebody who was going through something similar, or they've been through something similar and is looking to, process through that grief, because that's what it is, it's grief. I would say, that's what Rachel's Vineyard is for. There's a lot of people who are very supportive, and there are people who have been through it before, not just, it's nice when you have people that haven't even been through it and they still want to support people, but there's hundreds of, worldwide, there's thousands of people who are struggling with the same thing. And you don't have to struggle by yourself. You can get help. And I didn't talk about my experiences for 20 years, and now I'm able to speak about it. So that's proof that people are there to help. Shortly after I was involved in the Rachel's Vineyard retreat, I actually I began a relationship with somebody that I had met at church, and I thought I was going to marry the person, and it was very positive for a while, and then as you can see, I'm not married and I'm pregnant, so you can kind of put two and two together. And it just goes to show that it can still happen even if you're in your 40s. And I think for me it was almost as if it was being tested, because the situation was still the same. It was a very chaotic relationship. I was more stable than I was back when I was 18 or so, but it wasn't an easygoing relationship. It was very rocky. Sometimes I didn't even know if I would be talking to the dad. So a lot of the same kinds of questions came up, and I think because I knew I had an abortion before, I thought, well, it's still an option. But I talked to Rachel from Rachel's Vineyard, and she said something that just kind of clicked for me, and she just said, well, you won't survive a third one. And I think that was true because, you can talk yourself into anything, and this is not a world that asks you to have a conscience about things outside of yourself. And it's a world that tells you to just think of yourself and not about somebody else. So even though I had been through that weekend and knew, how horrible I felt about having two already, I still, in the back of my mind, I thought, well, if need be, I could do that. But then part of me, I just thought, no, I'll never be able to do that again. So I think with people that do try to support people, it's fine for somebody to say, like, well, you'll be a murderer or this or that, but it's like I said, for somebody that is living in a world that doesn't even allow it to be called a baby, you can put up walls and not see that, and you can not allow yourself to be convicted. So I don't think that kind of thing really works. But for me, having the experience of already knowing the pain that comes from it, that to me, when Rachel said, you won't survive it, that to me is what made it, like, real for me. There's a phrase I've seen where women who have had abortions and then try to tell other women about their experiences. They say, abortion, one heart stops and another breaks. And to me, that's my experience. And I knew I couldn't do it again because my heart would not recover from that again. I think one thing I know now that I didn't know back then is that I know what is expected of parenthood, and I see my kids now as people. If I thought about myself back then, if I could go back now and say to myself then, or even to somebody else who was going through something similar, I would just say, this decision is not going to be something that goes away. So you either make it be something that stays with you, where you have this little life who is a part of you. You either have that with that person, or you have it without them. And without them, it's just a life of wondering, what if? And could I have made it? You will make it. If you, like I said, if you make that decision, as soon as you make that commitment, the entire universe conspires to assist you. And all you have to do is have a little faith.
Thank you, Shannon, for sharing your story with us. And I think it really just reminds us of the importance to showing concern for the mother as well as the baby. And in Shannon's case, this actually really made the difference in helping her to choose life.
Exactly. What a beautiful story. Wow. And now we have an inspiring testimony from Stephen and Sophie and how they chose life against all the odds.
So at the time when we found out we were expecting Noah, the other two were, their ages was what, about 4 and...
Well, when Noah was born,
3.
they would have both been 6 and 4, so they would have
Yeah.
been
So
5 and 3.
It was one that we were hoping for. You know, we were open to life and we've been trying. So when we found out, it was it was a blessing. We were just definitely overjoyed, and but then obviously throughout the pregnancy stages, there's always things you need to be aware of. But I was at my 16th week, and so the first trimester, you know, all the usual things that, because we've been through that, we've had 2 miscarriages before. You know, the early stages before 12 weeks. When we surpassed that and I was in my 16th week, I thought, right, okay, this is good. First hurdle kind of over, but then you kind of like, yeah, you know, still be cautious. But I was already, for myself, I was already on a high. I was working, part-time working, and I remember telling my colleagues, because I thought, oh, it's a safe time to kind of start sharing good news like this. And it was a Friday, said to my colleagues, oh, just to share with you, you know, my family were expecting and they're all happy. And then the next day, that's when things went downhill. And it was just purely the signs of, it wasn't like miscarriages, so it was completely different. I was basically leaking and it was, you know, okay, something's up. And then, so when we ended up in the hospital, it was near enough. They did the checks and, you know, the scans didn't show anything, and then you're there trying to find answers, and then in the back of your mind you're thinking, okay, it's going to be possibly, you know, this is not one for us to keep. It could go, you're just trying to prepare yourself, kind of psych yourself. And then the doctors kind of said to us, well, if you're leaking then, and they couldn't really see anything obvious, but they said there must be a hole somewhere in your sac. But where that hole is, we can't tell you.
Like Sophie said, they said that there was, it wasn't like any sort of little accident that she had. There was a leaking of the fluid from the bag, or the sac, and what they basically told us, obviously, we don't understand what all this stuff means. So they were saying basically that when the sac is basically what the baby's growing in, and the fluid that's in there is what helps the baby to grow, to feed the baby. And if there was if the sac was compromised, then the baby was in danger. Basically, the sac was leaking, and from wherever that leak was coming from, it could cause infection, and the infection would either cause problems for the baby and could cause the baby to die, or if we didn't take the option of terminating the baby, which they were saying was the most viable option to save the mother, then the mother would get an infection, and we could possibly lose both of them. So with those kind of options, and I think the other thing that kind of complicated the situation was that this would have been, well, this was our 3rd pregnancy after having 2 cesareans, and I think they sort of frowned upon the idea of anyone having another baby after 2 cesareans. You know, once they sort of like given us all these options, I said to them, well, so okay, look, so you're saying that the the sac is compromised. Can you not fix it? Isn't there something you can do? Maybe stitch it, or do something to it. And he said, no, it's one of those sort of situations, one of those complications, problems that they can't actually fix. So I was saying, so you're saying that there's no way that we can fix this toy? He said, no. I said, so for it to, for this to sort of like resolve itself, it would take a miracle. He said, yes, it would. And then,
So from then,
from then it was kind of like, okay, obviously having our sort of beliefs and everything, I thought, right, okay, if that's what it's going to take, if miracles what it's going to take, then we'll pray for a miracle.
yeah, we just have to leave it in God's hands. And that, at that point, it was a no-brainer.
So when we went up for the follow-up, and they said, well, the sac looks like it's got plenty of fluid in it and everything. I said, but is it still leaking? Is the sac still leaking? They said they can't detect any leaking anywhere. The sac is fully intact and there isn't a problem. And so and we had the same doctor, consultant. And so I said to him, but you said that you couldn't fix this. You said there was no way of being able to fix the leak. He said, that's right. I said, you said that, I asked you the question, would it take a miracle for this, for the hole to heal? You said it would. I said, but you're telling me now that there is no more leaking, so the hole is healed. He said, yes, that's right. I said, so are you telling me then that a miracle has happened? And he looked at me sort of kind of not knowing what to say. And I think it was sort of like he was probably trying to comprehend what had just happened. And he just said, yes, I think a miracle's just happened.
They're the expert in the medical field, but then there's times where I think on the ethical side, that's when you really have to stick to your beliefs. Like, well, I hear what you're saying, and whatever it is, the issue that may come with the baby, but at bottom line, it's another person. And we can't, in our situation with Noah, to be told that, this pregnancy might not end up being viable and it's going to be loads of complications to the point that you could be losing one of them, if not both.
The mother and the child.
The mother and the child. You still have to find that voice to say, I hear what you're saying, but if you do what you can to save both.
Once the baby's born, as a parent, you'll do everything and give everything to protect the life of that child. You just give everything, and I think it's that understand. People sort of have that from the moment that the baby's born, and if they sort of realise that that person is the same person from the moment of conception, they would give that all to preserve the life of that child. And this is I think what we're basically saying is that the problem that we're having at the moment, the situation that we have, is people are not being informed of this. They're not being told this. They're not being given these choices to sort of say, if a person went into the hospital and said, look, there's a complication, the sac is leaking, the baby might die, but it's a real baby, it has a heartbeat, it's living. And then they make the people sort of think this, then, their perceptions of the whole pregnancy would be different. And like I say, because we were sort of clued up going into this sort of situation, and I think obviously the biggest difference is having had 2 children prior to this, you really fully appreciate the magnitude of what a baby is, or what a child is. If you look at your children that you've already got, and you think to yourself, like, would you get rid of any one of those? It's crazy. It's one of those things that I think, had we made the other decision, it's something that I think would have lived with us for the rest of our lives. I don't think it's something that you could ever that you could ever forget, knowing, I mean, every day we'd be looking at our other children and knowing that we made a choice to not have one of them.
You'll be forever thinking.
Every day you'd be thinking about it. You wouldn't stop.
You'll be remembering they would have been this age. They would. I wonder what they're going to be like. They'd be like this other son or the other, or the, you know, be like the other brother.
What they would have looked like, what they would have sounded like, what their interests would have been, and you know, we don't have to wonder, or we have a different kind of wondering now, what they're going to be like in 5, 10, 15 years time, if they're going to have a family, and we can actually be there and experience that with them. And I think for me, in my heart, I feel, you know, I have a heavy heart for those parents who weren't ever given that choice, or
support,
or the support. And you know, a lot of them made these choices without knowing all the options that were there for them. And I'm pretty sure that there's a lot of them that could they go back again, and maybe, hopefully, after hearing this testimony, and there's probably, hopefully, hundreds of testimonies out there that allude to the same thing, maybe it would make parents or future parents more stronger in their convictions to promote life.
I'm happy, Mummy and Daddy, that I'm alive.
Thank you so much, Stephen and Sophie, for sharing such an amazing testimony for us today and witnessing faith and bravery. It was so beautiful to see. So next we're going to hear from Emmett Dooley from SPUC, and he's going to talk to us about the overpopulation myth. I've been to the SPUC conference once and heard him speak about this, so it's quite interesting.
Well, hello, my name is Emmett Dooley. I'm from SPUC, Society for the Protection of Unborn Children, and today's topic is on overpopulation. I have a big question for you. Is the world overpopulated in any way? So let's have a wee look at this, because many people are deeply concerned about overpopulation today. Here's one of them. His name is Thanos, the big bad of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Marvel's multi-million-dollar, movie investment climax, where he, Thanos, the big bad, snapped his finger and wiped out half the population of the universe because he felt the other half would thrive with half of the population gone. And you know, okay, Thanos, he's a imaginary character. It's a comic book. It's superhero stuff. But there are actually real people who are deeply concerned about overpopulation. And here's one of them.
First, we've got population. The world today has 6.8 billion people. That's headed up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%. But there we see an increase of about 1.3. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproductive health services, we could lower that by perhaps 10 or 15%.
So, and what Bill Gates is talking about there, you know, increased reproductive services, what he's actually talking about is abortion, increasing the availability of abortion in third world countries, especially in Africa. You know, Mary Stopes clinics, Planned Parenthood clinics are actually illegal in these African nations. Also, they talk about is like increasing the availability of the DIY abortion pills. They're just handed out over the counter to African girls, and there's no checks and balances, and there's no aftercare, and it can get so messy. He was saying, let's decrease the population by 15%. Maybe he's talking about the 7 billion people that are already here. Let's look at that. So that would mean 1,050,000,000 people he is talking about. But that's a big number, especially if you compare it to the recent COVID deaths. So there has been 2.8 million people who have died of COVID or with COVID since the pandemic started. But that is only 0.25% of what Bill Gates is talking about. But maybe he was just talking about an increase of the 2.2 billion. He says, we're at 7 billion, we'll be up to 9.2 billion. Maybe just talking about 50% of that. And that would be 330 million, which is still a huge number. And, but that's 0.82%. That's what COVID deaths have only matched up to 0.82% of that. These figures, you say, we're throwing them out there, but it's when people are talking about such a dramatic decrease in population, there is a lot of people involved. But then you have other people as well of influence who are giving a lot of airtime about this topic.
This explosion tears through Russian bioweapons lab containing smallpox, Ebola and HIV virus, sparking major emergency.
That is absolutely wonderful, because as an environmentalist, I say to myself, the best possible news would be some mega emergency which got rid of huge chunks of the human race.
Do you have a sense of what the carrying capacity of Britain is, or of the world as a whole? Or?
Well, Britain, I put it at 10 or 15 million. I think it's complete nonsense that we are now confronted with an island, would you believe it, of 70 million.
Now we see the creation of a new massive class of useless people. As computers become better and better in more and more fields, there is a distinct possibility that computers will outperform us in most tasks and will make humans redundant. And then the big political and economic question of the 21st century will be, what do we need humans for? Or at least, what do we need so many humans for?
So with what Stanley Johnson said there, and Mr. Yuval from the World Economic Forum, this type of language and talking about people as if they don't really matter, or some people don't matter, this does have an effect. And we have seen this in some instances in society. Remember the terrible tragedy in New Zealand where a man went in and shot 49 Muslims as they prayed? Well, people at the start were saying, he's a crazy Christian or whatever, but actually he was an eco-fascist. The reason he targeted the Muslim population was that he saw they were the one group that were having more children than anyone else. And the other reason he wanted to do this was he wanted to change the gun laws of New Zealand. So, and he actually did. He was arrested for his terrible crime. He was tried and convicted, but he's now sitting in some jail cell. And yes, he has decreased the population by those 49 lives. And he also got the gun laws changed in New Zealand. So it's kind of a bit creepy when you think of it. He's sitting there and he's like, he's won. It's like Thanos at the end of Infinity War. What he planned came about and he was successful in it. There was also a terrible shooting in El Paso, Texas, where I think just over 20 people were gunned down by another eco-fascist. These eco-fascists, they want to put the environment first before anyone else or any humans. And these extremists, I'm sorry to say, are on the rise. But when we have this type of conversation or this language saying there's just too many people in the world and we need to dramatic decrease in the population for our existential crisis, we're going to have many more of these kind of repeat attacks or other guys scheming like this. But let's just look, where did this whole overpopulation thing come from? When did it become mainstream? Well, back at the 1960, the population had just hit 3 billion people. Well, so 3 billion people, there was a lot of predictions going on that the population growth was going to be too much. And one of the main guys behind this was a Stanford biologist, Paul Ehrlich. And he came up with a theory that in his book, The Population Bomb, he came up with a theory that seems to make a lot of sense mathematically, that the population growth was going so drastically, but that the food supply would not match up. So he predicted that once the population hit 6 billion people, we would have mass starvation and kind of like end of the world stuff was going to happen. And what he pretty much predicted, politicians ran with it. The book sold millions of copies, and they started changing policies. India, he said, he targeted India especially. He said India are so far gone that they will just, we might as well just forget about them, let them starve, because there's no hope for them. China adopted a one-child policy, so it was illegal for you to have a second child, and that second child could be terminated by state officials. Now that's not pro-life or pro-choice, but it's crazy what was going on. But also, say, we look at, so India, they had forced sterilizations. You had China with the one-child policy, and many other countries adopted different policies around population control. But today the population is 7 billion people, and we haven't all starved. What happened? Well, this guy happened, Norman Borlaug. You might not have heard of him, but he's pretty much one of the most amazing human beings that's ever existed. Norman also was a biologist, but he used his gifts to make a strain of wheat that was up to 4 times more productive than any other wheat, even in the most harsh climates. He brought his wheat to India, and in a few short years, the wheat production went up so much that not only did India have enough wheat for themselves, but they're also exporting that wheat to other countries. In 1968, India launched a stamp that would celebrate the fact that they were now exporting more wheat and celebrating this fact. That stamp was released in the exact same year the Population Bomb book was released. Isn't that crazy? That Norman Borlaug's invention, his ingenuity, had solved the problem Ehrlich was already talking about and writing about, and the ink hadn't even dried in his book. But Ehrlich went on loads of television programs, and he became mainstream, and nobody heard about Norman. But Norman was accredited for saving over 1 billion lives, and he was giving the Nobel Prize. It's like, imagine that, waking up in the morning and knowing that your work has saved over 1 billion people. I don't know, how could that even feel? So with Norman, you have the abundance mentality. With Paul Ehrlich, there was a scarcity mentality. So which one do you have? So let's just look at it. If the world is overpopulated, who is the first to be targeted? You might be thinking, the unborn, the elderly, the disabled. But the first that are targeted are always girls. And we have this clip, it's an amazing clip I was shown as a documentary that just highlights the problem that girls face in this world that we live in today. The UN says that over 200 million girls are missing in this world. 200 million. So let's just have a look.
Today, India and China eliminate more girls than the number of girls born in America every year.
Genocide is the deliberate, systematic destruction of an ethnic or religious group. Gendercide is the deliberate, systematic destruction of a gender group, usually girls.
Why are Indian households secretly and brutally eliminating daughters from their family system?
They just wet the cloth and they fold it like this and they put it on the face. So the child can't breathe. Immediately the child will die.
But what this is an entire system, a social machinery that says we don't want females.
But the real problem started after I became pregnant. They started asking me for a sex determination. They wanted to know if the children are girls or boys. They started torturing me to get an abortion done. What should I do to save my daughters?
उसके सिर हिला के देखा तो वो तो यहाँ पे गले पे पूरा निशान पड़ा हुआ है। निशान पड़ने के बाद तब हमें फिर रोना पीटना, हमारे तो होश ही उड़ गए थे। लड़की को देख के कि इसने मार कैसे दी।
后来那个男的就跑到那个窗户，那个窗户是打开的嘛，跑到那个他去看了一下，我就坐在那个门底下，他没看到我。如果是看到我的话，连我也一起带去，但是带去肯定是又要罚款，又要叫我把那个小孩子反正照掉。
மனசில் அது வச்சிருக்கக்கூடாது. பையனாக இருந்தால் வச்சுக்கலாம், பெண்ணாக இருந்தால் ஒழிச்சு பண்ணலாம். அப்படி இப்படி பிடிச்சா தேர்ந்து போச்சு. பிறந்த உடனே நானே பாசிபிடுவேன். மறுபடி பையனே இல்லை அப்படின்னு 5, 6, 8 குழந்தைங்களாட்டெல்லாம் கொண்டு விட்டோம்.
So yes, there's a lot, it's a harrowing look of the reality faced by many girls, many females throughout this world, especially in places like India and China, where there are actually 72 million more men than women in India and China. Imagine that, 72 million, that's a huge number. But you see, a few news articles have been appearing kind of like this, mothers have 216 boys but no girls in Indian villages. Like that's, like, on average, if you look at, pull up Google for any country, the difference between the birth rate of boys and girls in any country should be 0.1% difference. That's just, it's always 50-50. But in places like India or China, you see there's a much greater imbalance. Why is that? Well, it's because of forced abortion, infanticide, and just murder. That's terrible. But at least a few news articles are starting to break, and this problem is being highlighted more and more about sex-selective abortions. But this is something we need to face with education, increased education and awareness that this is just not acceptable in any humane society. But as I said, there's 72 million more men than women in China and India. Let's just have a wee look at that for a second. If you look here at this map of the United Kingdom and Ireland, like you have Ireland, there's 4.9 million people. Scotland, 5.4 million. Northern Ireland, 1.8. And Wales has 3.1 million people. And in England, there's 55 million. That entire number adds up to not even 72 million people. But could you imagine all of Ireland, England, Wales, and Scotland, just men? What a bloody mess. It's crazy. Like, this, and even for the students I speak to, they're thinking, like, imagine if your whole town was just men. It just doesn't make sense. This wasn't the plan. But anyway, so also girls are targeted. Yes, we know that now. But what other groups are targeted? Well, the second most targeted group would be Africans. So I'm going to refer to 2 studies here when it comes to Africa. And I would ask you should look up Strings Attached, a fantastic documentary by Uju Ikocha, Culture of Life Africa, and it shows exactly where all this funding goes in African countries. But the first study, it was done by a Japanese engineer, his name is Nakurawa, and he autographed this autographed world map because the atlas we have on our walls in our schools is a bit misleading. Because Africa is a lot bigger than what we think, or what is shown on those maps, from the viewpoint of those maps. So as we look here at his autograph map, you see the vast expanse of Africa compared to how small Europe is, and North America and Canada. And so also another study backed this up by Kay Krause. And Kay Krause was able to fit all of America, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, China, India, Japan. It was able to fit all these countries into the landmass of Africa. And he added up all those populations there, as you can see them. And the exact number, the total number of all the populations of all those countries is 3.694 billion people. Like, that's a lot of people. But how many people are actually living in Africa right now today? I always get very strange answers on this one. There's 4 billion, 5 billion. But the fact is, it's just over 1 billion people are living in Africa today. But hold on, why is all this money being spent in Africa on overpopulation policies? If you look here, this ODA, the Official Development Assistance graph, you can just look this up on Google as well. As you see here, there was education. If you're trying to help a country, of course you spend most of the money on education. If you want a person who's hungry, you could just give them a fish. But if you give them a fishing rod and teach them how to fish, then you empower them, and they can then look after themselves and their family for future generations. Education is always the way to go. And back in the noughties, you see here in this graph, most money was being spent on education. But now, less and less. Education is second from bottom in that graph. And see the overpopulation money is right at the top now. So if you just look here, what are these population programs that we're looking at in this graph? Well, pretty much it is abortion availability. Taxpayers' money being used to set up illegal abortion facilities all across these African nations. Planned Parenthood International, Mary Stopes International, and also increasing the availability of these DIY abortion pills that are just handed out to girls, African girls across the nation, with no aftercare, with no follow-up, with no consultation with any medical staff. And this is really a dangerous practice. But again, look up No Strings Attached and you'll see the reality that so many African women are being faced with and being preyed upon by these overpopulation policies. Africa is unique in this. No other continent or country is more money spent on, most money is spent on population control. Africa is unique in that sense. But why is that? If you look here, you have 36.4 people per square kilometre in all of Africa. Look in our part of Europe, 72.9 people per square kilometre. That doesn't make sense. Why is all this money being, say, used in Africa to control the population when there's more people living in Europe per square kilometre? Let's look at Europe a bit more closely at some of the countries. What's actually going on in Europe right now? Well, look, in Russia, Putin is going crazy. He wants to have more babies. He actually had to go home from work early and make a baby day in Russia. You can look it up. And and also there's also, sadly to say, there's a no abortion day in Russia because their abortion rates are through the roof. They're the highest in Europe. And and they just have a day where they try and discourage abortion on that day. It's a very sad reality to look at. Let's also look at in Hungary. If you have 4 more children in Hungary, you pay 0 income tax. Like, imagine all that income tax you see coming out of your wages every month. Imagine all of that going back into your back pocket for the rest of your life. That might move to Hungary. Then in Italy, if you have 3 or more children, you get free farmland. There you go. I've got 3 kids. I want to move to Italy, grow some potatoes. It looks good. And there's other countries like Romania. If you have no children, you pay higher tax. In Denmark and in some of the Scandinavian countries, very strange adverts there. You can look them up yourselves on YouTube. That if you can prove you had conceived a child on a foreign trip or that you can actually claim the money back and get nappies and baby products for a whole year for free. It's some really strange policies, but a lot of these countries are becoming more and more inventive on how they can boost their population. More closer to home, let's look here at Scotland. Scotland, you always hear Scotland wanting to have independence from England and whatever. I don't know. Maybe they want to move to Jamaica or the Caribbean or something. But in Scotland, there was a study done. The Treasurer came up and says there's actually, for Scotland to be self-sustaining, for Scotland to be independent, they have to have 500,000 immigrants, just like myself, to come into the country and bolster the economy. 500,000. That's an interesting number there, Mr. Treasurer. You don't know how interesting it is, because since the Abortion Act in 1967, there has been exactly 500,000 abortions that happened in Scotland. You're telling me there's 500,000 people missing? I think I know where they went. It's a very, you say, it's a very strange coincidence, but I think God doesn't make mistakes, doesn't make rubbish. Everybody has a purpose. I love that Forrest Gump. What's my destiny, Mama? Well, Forrest. Everyone has a destiny. Everyone has a purpose. Imagine if Norman Borlaug was aborted. He wouldn't have been around here to save 1 billion lives with his ingenuity. Each one of us is a gift. But let's just do some math. I love just doing math. I wasn't really good at it in school, but my wife's a maths teacher, so she helps. Here we have the state of Texas. So Texas is a big place, it's only one of 50 states in America. Now, if we look at this, there are 7 billion people, say, in the world, right? Divide that by 4, and we get 1.75 billion families of 4. Okay, so now, in Texas, there are 7.488 trillion square feet. So let's divide that square footage by the families, and we get 4,279 square feet per family of 4. And the average size of a UK house is 915 square feet. So therefore, everybody in the whole world could live inside the family of 4 in Texas and have more square footage than the average household here in the UK. Isn't that crazy? Texas is a big place. It's only a small part of this ginormous world that we live in. And I think that really strikes home when you see how big this world is. So the next time you hear some, elite politician like Al Gore here, he said, the North Pole will be ice-free in the summer of 2013 because of man-made global warming. Well, as you can see there, my answer in 2021, nope, it's still cold, So, another one, I love this one. In Montana National Park, they were forced to change the sign. They had a sign up for about 20 or 30 years. By the year 2020, these glaciers would be gone. Bye-bye to the glaciers. But they've had to change that sign now because the glaciers are still there. And you can go and see them yourselves in Montana, minus the sign. They had to remove that. Oh, and the next time you hear Obama talking about and lecturing about the next existential crisis of water levels rising and the polar ice caps melting, remember in 2019 in Martha's Vineyard, he bought this plush mansion for $11.75 million. So that if the water levels are really rising there, Obama, I think that's a poor investment. Also, just be careful who you listen to. What expert, what billionaire do you listen to? Here we have Elon Musk and Jack May. They both agree the biggest problem the world will face is population collapse. Now, again, which billionaire are you going to listen to? Which biologist do you want to follow? Ehrlich or Norman Borlaug? Is there an abundance in this world, or is there a scarcity mentality? Let you decide.
Thank you so much, Emmett, for such an enlightening talk. And I think the overpopulation myth is really something that a lot of pro-lifers face. There have been questions about it all the time. So take it into the workplace, or if you're a teenager watching this and you're at school, use that answer to help people to understand that overpopulation is a myth. So Emmett also goes into secondary schools a lot to give talks to young people. So please feel free to contact Spuck if you'd like him to come into your school and help teenagers.
And next up, we have another tough question that Dr. Callum Miller is going to answer for us, which is, does legalising abortion prevent women from dying in backstreet abortions?
If abortion is made illegal, it won't stop abortions, but it will make them unsafe, and women will die as a result. This is an objection that is often made to the pro-life view, and it's supposed to be powerful because you don't have to settle the difficult moral question of abortion. You can say, I agree, I'm pro-life, I think that abortion is bad and we should try and reduce it. But making it illegal won't help. It will only make it more dangerous, and so it will lead to more women's lives being lost. Well, the first thing to say in response to that is, of course, that this is a matter of justice. This is a matter of protecting vulnerable human beings, and human beings should have their human rights upheld in law regardless of the consequences. And that is, in fact, what international human rights law says, that regardless of the consequences, the right to life is inviolable. The second thing to say is that abortion laws work. We know that when abortion is prohibited, the large majority of women go on to complete their pregnancies, and moreover, the overwhelming majority, almost all of them, are glad that they did not have an abortion. These are empirical facts which are easily verifiable in the academic literature. But of course that still leaves the question of what about those women who will die as a result? And this is of course not a trivial question. Those women are infinitely valuable. They are equally valuable to everyone else. And the loss of their life is an infinite loss that is an absolute tragedy. And so what do we say to this particularly challenging question of women dying when abortion is made illegal? Well, this is a subject that I've done years of research on now and have published on in this field. And what I have found from surveying almost every country in the world that has legalized abortion is that the empirical evidence for this is simply not there. Now, we know that some women do die as a result of having abortions. And thankfully, this has become much rarer as post-abortion care, giving women emergency care after an abortion, has got much better. The number of women dying after abortion falls dramatically whether you change the law or not, because post-abortion care, emergency care gets much better over time, and illegal abortion gets much safer over time, though it's still, of course, not entirely safe. But what does happen when you legalize abortion is that many women still continue to have illegal, unsafe abortions for various reasons. And moreover, many more women get abortions. And so because there are so many more women who get abortions when it's legalized, this balances out any improvement in safety that you might get. And so when you look in practice at the countries that have legalized abortion, legalizing abortion has made no difference to the general downward slope. The general downward trend is that over time, fewer and fewer women die of illegal abortions because it gets safer and because emergency care gets better. When a country legalizes abortion, it makes no difference to that general trend. And in fact, in some cases, it makes it worse. There are many cases like the Netherlands, Rwanda, or Ethiopia, where when abortion was legalized, more women had dangerous outcomes and more women died as a result. By contrast, if you look at countries that prohibit abortion after having a period of legal abortion, they show the same trend. Perhaps the most famous example is Poland. Poland had legal abortion from the mid-1950s until 1990. But when abortion was when abortion was prohibited again, what we didn't see was thousands of women entering hospital with unsafe abortions. We didn't see thousands of women dying as a result of abortions. We actually saw that fewer and fewer women had abortions, fewer and fewer women had complications in hospital, and fewer women died as a result. And so Poland, despite not being the most affluent country in Europe, now has the lowest maternal mortality rate in the entire world. It is far, far better than that of the UK, of France, of Germany, of the US, and of any other country. Poland, which prohibited abortion, has the lowest maternal mortality rate in the world. And deaths from backstreet unsafe abortions in Poland are virtually unheard of. Likewise in Malta, which completely bans abortion in every circumstance. Malta has not had any maternal death from any cause in the last 10 years. And that is because Malta protects women and protects children, both from abortion and from the other dangers that can occasionally arise in pregnancy. And so this argument that if you ban abortion, it will only make it much less safe and women will die as a result, simply is not supported by the empirical evidence. In fact, the empirical evidence shows clearly that legalizing abortion either makes no difference or it makes the problem worse and more women die as a result. And this has been seen in every single country in the world, pretty much without exception. And so this argument firstly fails on ethical grounds because it advocates for removing fundamental human rights from a human being because of the consequences. Secondly, it fails on empirical grounds because the empirical data behind it simply do not exist. And in fact, when you look at them closely, it shows that legalizing abortion only makes the problem worse, if anything.
Well, thank you, Dr. Callum, for that fantastic short answer to that question. When you think about it, DIY abortions, home abortions, they're really taking us back to the back streets. And why are abortion advocates, why is the government promoting something which is not only lethal for children, but incredibly dangerous for mums as well? That's the question that they need to answer.
It's so true. And I mean, the isolating nature of backstreet abortions is akin to DIY abortions today. And it's so disturbing that in 2022, we still have that happening. So the next discussion that we will have are 4 priests on creating a pro-life community and the priest's role in creating this.
Hello. This discussion, I suppose, is particularly, for priests. I hope it's a given that every priest is pro-life, is a defender of all that God gives us. But how, as priests, maybe particularly in the parish, do we allow our ministry to be guided by that, and what do we respond to and how? I suppose that's the point of this discussion today. So with me I have got 3 other priests, Father Sean, Father Simon and Father Stephen. I'm just going to ask them to introduce themselves. I'll introduce myself and then we'll start with the discussion. Father Sean.
Hello, so I'm Father Sean Guff. I'm the assistant priest at Blessed Carlo Acutis Parish in Wolverhampton. And I don't come here, with any special qualifications, but I've been involved over the last few years with pro-life ministry. I've helped out and assisted at Rachel's Vineyard retreats, which are for healing of the trauma of abortion, and been involved in 40 Days for Life and taken groups to the March for Life and so on. So it's great to be part of this discussion.
Thank you, John.
And I'm Father Simon Bishop. I'm a Jesuit priest and responsible for the novitiate here in Birmingham, so the training of the young men who are training to become Jesuit priests and brothers, and likewise I have no special qualifications, but other than being part of the 40 Days for Life, part of the prayer vigils, which I've just found incredibly moving and inspiring, and feel it a great privilege to be able to be a part of that.
Thank you. Father Stephen.
I'm Father Stephen Pimlott, and I've recently retired from being parish priest in Aston and Nechells in Birmingham, and now living in Stourbridge in the presbytery there and helping out in that respect. I first got involved really with this when I was chaplain at Birmingham University, and it was quite near the abortion clinic, and I started going and joining in with the prayers. First time was that Christmas Eve. I think it was my first year in 1999.
Good. Excellent. So I'm Father Stephen Fawcett. I'm a parish priest in Coventry. I think this is my 10th and 11th parishes that I've ministered in. So I suppose if I've got any sort of thing to offer, it's how to minister within a parish, or at least how to try to. So there's various angles. I thought we might just start really with just, as I said, basic things, which probably will take us into the bigger picture. But preaching about pro-life, particularly preaching about abortion issues and such, is problematic because we're preaching to during our Sunday Mass to a diverse congregation, and dealing with sensitive issues is difficult. So I suppose my first question would be, how do you manage to sort of bring anything that might be you class as pro-life into your preaching, and what sort of pitfalls do you try and avoid? Is it easy? Is it difficult? Is it possible? Is it impossible? What do any of you feel or think? Do you want to start, Stephen?
Okay. Well, I think that the homily in the Mass is essentially renewing people's relationship with God. And it's opening up the scriptures and getting people to understand more clearly what that relationship is, and it is that relationship of love. And it's very difficult in a homily addressing issues, very different issues, because it's not that sort of thing. It's not like a lecture. But as people begin to understand a little bit more of the dignity of human life, which comes directly from the gospel, doesn't it? And it's naturally within us. One can use little expressions. They're like things like from conception to natural death, those sort of expressions like that. Bringing little things, little expressions to bear every now and again to enable people to realise that there are problems in our society which are where life is being undermined in a terrible way. We're all think that life's a good thing when I think we come to church and what have you, but we so easily close our eyes to certain things going on under our nose, and it's trying to just, in small ways, perhaps frequently in small ways, saying little things.
Brother Simon?
Yeah, and I mean, I like what you've said there in that sense of this relationship between ourselves and God, and a relationship of love, and that the homily is a vehicle to deepen that relationship. My hope also is that it's also a way of deepening the relationship between the people of God and also the priest, their pastor, so that the people who are listening to that homily also feel that there is a person there to whom they can talk to whom they know that they will receive an encounter of mercy and of love. So that it might be around abortion, an experience hidden and secret, but it might be about other things in their lives. It might be about domestic abuse, or it might be financial troubles. And knowing that they can come to that priest because they've heard of the way he preaches, that they can trust him with those things that are most precious to them, both the things of joy, but also perhaps the things of shame or of trauma, that somehow the vehicle of the homily, I think, is also a means of perhaps expressing that concrete love between a priest and his people.
Yeah, thank you. Brother Sean?
Yeah, just picking up on that point, I suppose one of the things I still feel like I'm finding my feet when it comes to homilies, because I've been ordained about 1.5 years now, so still sort of learning and discovering. But one of the things I try to do is sort of naturally bring the issue into the context of mercy, which I have as a fairly common theme in preaching. But to bring it within that context, I think I can only remember once directly addressing the issue of abortion head on without kind of just bringing it in to the context of mercy. So as a kind of, that nobody is excluded from God's mercy. And that was with the homily of the sheep and the goats, and whatever you do to the least of my brothers, you do unto me. And I found that a useful opportunity because the challenge really was presented by the Lord himself to promote justice in the world and to be a defender of justice and those who are vulnerable. And I think one of the things that maybe kind of which makes it very difficult to talk about certain issues around justice is that if you as the priest present yourself as like you're imposing a big challenge on people, it could come across in the wrong way as maybe confrontational or something. But it was very much like the Lord had done all of the work there, and then I was just able to kind of bring it in and to say, well, actually the least in our society today, without doubt, is definitely the unborn. They're the most unprotected and the most vulnerable and the most those who lack a just place in our society. And just to say, well, as the Lord has already challenged us, the unborn would be considered in that context. So I think that's the only time I can remember directly bringing it up as just straight on. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of things that I said, and they're especially small and often. And in context, as you say, we're promoting a gospel of life, because that's what the gospel is, and it's within that it all becomes a bit more natural to bring things in that are, you might class as more life issues, but they're all life issues, aren't they? A couple of concepts that I'm always sort of fall back on is sort of the call to holiness and spiritual fertility. I'm always saying that the first thing God said to us is be fertile. But when we unpack that, and especially through the journey of the Bible, that primarily we're called to a spiritual fertility, which means to want to grow, to want to help other people to grow, and to want to make a difference, a positive difference. And within that setting, I find it quite easier to talk about family and helping people to grow, and then you're wanting them to grow from conception. And so to me, that gives for me, it gives me a setting that I can bring about, discuss sensitive issues. But as you say, first of all, we've got families, we've got 6-year-olds, whatever. We've got women almost guaranteed in any congregation. You've got women who have had abortions. You've got people, men or women, who have been hurt by abortion. So sensitivity clearly is needed. But I do think that people want to be able to talk about what's going on inside them. And I find that when I come across and try to deal sensitively with sensitive subjects, then I think I've always found that fruitful. One particular example is I did bring up some, and within the context of life, mentioned about abortion, and hopefully mentioned it sensitively. And then a woman came to me about that and said, in the light of that, she came to talk about an abortion. And then in the light of that, another woman came to me and said, I've been wanting to talk to you about this relationship I've got, which is sexual and it shouldn't be, but I thought you might condemn me. But when my friend told me how sensitively you dealt with her situation, I thought, oh, well, in that case, I'm going to come to you, sort of thing. So I think having the courage to be truthful and sensitive actually enables people to deal with what's going on inside of them. The God is a God of love and truth and compassion, and if we miss one of them out, we tend to eventually miss the other one out. Just on a more practical level, I suppose, alongside preaching, newsletters, or I know I'm the only actual parish priest here, but in that sort of written ministry, do we anything that any pearls of wisdom about what you would put in a newsletter or something similar, what you wouldn't, how you discern what should go in? there's a little bit of a danger if you put a website in, that if there's something on that website that all of a sudden you're blamed for because you've put that website on. So how do you sort of vet what you put on? Do you trust someone else's word, or do you look through it all? I don't know. Newsletters and written word, how does that help?
I don't know whether I've thought about particularly. I mean, I put on the things which are coming up and relevant, particularly things to do with March for Life and 40 Days for Life, which are the sort of two main ones, I think. Often bits about Life, which is another charity around. So, you know, the things are happening.
Yeah.
I've just put a little notice
more like
about
events.
what's happening. Yes.
Okay.
Mm.
Would you back up the event with a little encouragement, or do you tend to just stick to this is happening? If you want to do it, do this.
Well, I'll often say, no, this is important. I encourage you to take part in it. Doesn't seem to have much effect.
Who knows?
When it came to the March for Life last year, I organised a trip down, a parish trip down, and that was successful. Gave it a bit of a promotion, and I think sometimes maybe there's a perception that there'll be a backlash. But whenever we've put March for Life or 40 Days for Life or whatever it might be in the newsletter, there's no, as far as I'm aware, I might be wrong on this, but as far as I'm aware, there hasn't actually ever been any kind of backlash or complaint or anything like that.
No.
I don't think that's...
And I've certainly not experienced that. As I said, as far as I can see, verbally or written, as long as you're doing it sensitively, it's appreciated. And obviously, even if there is a backlash, it doesn't necessarily mean the backlash is right and you're wrong. But if we stick to truth and sensitivity, we sort of should be confident in what we're doing, shouldn't we? I think. I know you don't tend to have to deal with newsletters. I'm jealous, but
yes, that's right. Yeah.
Anything to say about that?
I mean, I find it very helpful, you know, to have a website address, you know, 40 Days for Life, and knowing the people who are behind that address, so that I feel that I can recommend it confidently.
Yes.
I know that when somebody goes onto that website address or looks for, you know, a number, there'll be a name, there'll be a person. I know that person who they'll speak to, and that's enormously encouraging. I don't feel I'm just sort of, you know, just promoting things. Generally
giving someone a way forward if they wish to take it. Sort of thing.
I know that person. You know, so if you do get in touch, you know
you say thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe just an important point as well, because it was mentioned before about that we'd almost be able to guarantee that there was people affected by abortion in the congregation. Just an important point which probably wouldn't be something for a newsletter as such, but we're just to have posters from, say, Rachel's Vineyard, for example, at the back of a church, for two reasons. One is so that if you do kind of have, you know, preaching and things in the newsletter, it makes it clear that this isn't like a place of condemnation. This is a place of healing and sanctuary. Yes, a place of justice, but justice that's compassionate and loving and merciful.
I think as well as posters, I think the sort of the leaflets, because obviously even if you sort of seem to be looking at a poster for too long, you might self-consciously be thinking people are looking at me. So just take a leaflet, you get a bit more time.
I mean, often in the prayers, you know, pray for people who have been damaged or hurt through abortion
like that,
and for their healing. Often put
which the prayer is real, but it also backs up Father Simon's point that you're saying that there's no condemnation.
The emphasis on the healing of women who've been hurt through it.
Exactly. I think one of the things that to me is that when you say about how can we get people involved with these things, it's how do you get Christians involved with anything? You know, how do you get them to move from just coming to Mass to coming to Mass and taking a small step? So a lot of, I suppose, what I do as parish priest is just encourage them to take little steps. Full stop, you know, whatever it might be, you know, and I'll say, I don't expect you to follow every initiative I take, but if you say no to every initiative I take, you should be asking yourself more and more questions. Why am I always saying no? So I think within the bigger picture, it isn't just I wish they take this initiative connected with pro-life. It's just come on, we've got to do something. Your life has to reflect our faith in some way. How it is a bit of discernment.
I think it's closely connected with evangelization.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you know, getting people involved in evangelization, talking about the gospel generally, is one of the really important things. And I think the pro-life movement is very much on the forefront of evangelization in the church today, and in a very powerful way.
Yeah, definitely.
And many people who've been through abortions come to a powerful conversion and a healing, don't they? And come very active. They know the love of God and their lives are transformed.
Following on from what we're saying about the sort of almost the ministry of the porch and the importance of being able to signpost to people, do you find it very useful to be able to have like a couple of people who you know are sensitively, appropriately pro-life, who can just be at the back of church giving out things, encouraging things, signing up, that sort of thing? Does that help, or do you find that? I'm conscious, of course, that there's that you don't have the porch there, but
no. When you can have people doing that, yes, I suppose it's quite good to have people there, but often it's difficult finding the right person at the right time, or the one or two people who are keen on that.
Yeah.
One thing that just comes to mind is it can be obviously in our imaginations and our desires, we'd love to kind of transform the whole culture of our parish in so many ways to make, more missionary, more pro-life, whatever it might be. But in reality, you can push something and you'll often get a few people respond and then only a few people respond positively. Like I was hoping to take a coach last year to March for Life. It ended up as 2 cars. But I know, however, the fact of the matter is, I won't say too many details because of privacy, but I know that actually within those 2 cars of people who went, there were some really profound changes in individual people's lives. And so sometimes it might be just good to overlook the frustrations of things not quite working out as you want, and actually to consider, well, if God's in control, he can do massive things in an individual's life and transform an individual's life, which makes it all worth it.
God always goes for quality, not quantity, doesn't
Another area which I don't know whether they've got answers, but there's a huge problem today for people finding that partner, isn't it, for marriage? And courting is something which is really difficult for people today, and perhaps that's an area we should be thinking of saying more about.
Just to finish off that one, I do find that I think I always look for people not particularly pro-life, but actually just sort of more naturally charismatic and friendly to be at the back, which sort of complements me at the front, saying something to all of us, but to have that one-to-one with someone who's just good at putting the other person at ease, but saying, did you hear what Father said? And it just allows the person to sort of to say yes or no, and if they say no, that's fine, But I mean, I do find it's quite useful. But as you say, to me, it's more about how the person is good at those little 10-second conversations rather than whether they're for this, for that, for where their passion is, sort of thing. Your comment does take us on to the sort of. It is good to think in particular about what we might call pro-life issues, but you can't talk about one issue, And I mean, one of the sort of cliches, isn't it, is that we're not a one-issue faith or we're not a one-issue party, which is a sort of a misnomer, really, because we are, in the sense that we're called to love, and so everything within that is interconnected. So you can't just deal with one thing without dealing with all things, isn't it? So what contexts do we think we're promoting that are pro-life in the broader sense, that maybe gives life to the pro-life issues in the more specific sense? I mean, you've said you can't really separate abortion from sexual relationships, and you can't really separate sexual relationships from courting and such things.
Courting and marriage, yes, quite. Which is our big crisis, of course, in the world today, is the marriage crisis, isn't it?
I think so.
I mean, it's
marriage and family.
All of us are aware how few weddings we have in our churches.
Yes. I think the whole family probably is the easier one to speak. I mean, obviously, I would always promote marriage, but and again, we're called to promote a positive vision rather than criticise and be protesters of opposite. We don't have to protest at all. We can just, this is the life-giving vision that Christ gives us, and so almost always the easier starting point is family, and how do we help the family to grow, and how do families help the individuals to grow is, I think, a fruitful context.
In my last parish, we was running with another parish, a young adult group, and we did weekly Bible studies and that with them, and that was really good, because you're not addressing pro-life issues as such at all, but it's actually getting young adults from sort of 18 to 30, that sort of age, to begin to think about the faith. And really, people are very ignorant about the faith.
They are, yeah.
And they're not getting many people that sort of context in which they can be thinking and discussing things. And just by reading the scriptures and going through things, all sorts of things can come up, can't there? Lots of things.
Yeah, I mean, I just like what you're saying there in terms of a kind of like a parish community or a church community being a place of love and life. That ideally it's reaching all of those areas of courtship or friendship. How do we? I mean, I love, in one sense, talking to the novices about being, total Catholic. It's total. It's a total gift to us, and it's a total response, so that it covers all of our areas of our life. Playing the frisbee the other day. Yep. There's a way in which we create a world almost in which people feel safe to love and to be loved and to experience what it is to be loved by God, to be forgiven, that somehow there's a beautiful vision here, I think, of the church, where people can find what it is to be loved and to love in a way that's safe and healthy, freeing, all of these things. And I think it's lovely, Imogen, it's so true. How do people find each other in a way that isn't threatening or fearful, that's not only digital but is in that sense real? And I find that very helpful as a way of responding to pro-life, but also to questions of abortion, which my experience of people who've had abortions, it's often been an experience of incredible isolation. And fear, that there isn't anyone around them, that they don't feel that they'll be loved or forgiven. They don't know who to turn to. And if we as the church can be that presence that says, we are here, you are welcome, what a difference that would make, especially if they've had that experience from early on in their lives.
I think that's so fundamental to being a pro-life parish in the broadest sense, is helping people overcome fear and isolation, because they are the things that cause so much evil, because we struggle with isolation, we struggle with fear, and then we do things that actually I didn't want to do and I didn't think was right, but actually I got swayed and I started thinking, and so anything that seeks to overcome fear and isolation. You only look at Jesus' ministry. The thing he said more than any other was, "Do not be afraid." And whenever he healed, he always sought to bring them into the community, didn't he? So fear and isolation were two of his top things that he challenged, wasn't it?
Yes, and of course, very, very central in scriptures is the foundation of the Catholic covenant, isn't it? The formation of the Catholic Church, which is now universal. And we constantly come back to that.
Father Sean, you think you were saying something?
I was just going to say that just being conscious of the difference between how things are given and how they're received as well is so important, because very often we might be so very well intentioned in terms of trying to give a message, but to somebody who's vulnerable or hurt, particularly if they're hurt by abortion in some way, it could potentially be received in a very damaging way, potentially. And I'm not saying that we should be, inhibited by that or not be silent as a result of that, but just very conscious of it. And particularly that whole wider context, fitting this into a wider context, that this is a safe, loving place, a place where people are listened to, where people are not judged, where people, if that's not apparent, then it doesn't really matter how nicely we talk about the issue of abortion. If that's not apparent in a more general way, it will be received in a way that is received in a threatening way, even if it's not given in that way.
Good point. In a few weeks' time, we've got a Corpus Christi procession. I've got two churches and they're about a mile away, so we're walking from one to the other, having benediction and then having a picnic on the lawn outside. And I doubt if what we class as pro-life things will get mentioned, but it's a massively pro-life couple of hours, because they're taking steps literally out, professing their faith. They're adoring the Eucharist. They're gathering as families, eating together, having fun. The frisbee probably will come out there as well. So all the things that it's creating are pro-life qualities, if you like, aren't they? I think it is important that to create a welcoming, friendly sense of belonging. All those are pro-life, and then when people are in situations where they're affected more by the specifically pro-life, that they're much more likely to either come to you or choose right or go to someone else or whatever. I think it's so hard to talk to young adults, and it's almost someone's ready to scream at you for anything that you say. But I mean, one of the opening lines I try to get to older teenagers and younger adults is just to reflect on the gift that you have the capacity to share in the creation of a new human life. And I just encourage them to reflect on that. And I've never had anyone say you can't do that, thankfully. But I find it to be probably the best starting point, because our culture starts off with sex, and we need to have sex, and it's ridiculous, the idea to suggest people don't have sex. So we need to have sex. So if we're going to have sex, then we need to have abortion, because, well, people need to have sex and they don't always need to have babies. And, so the starting point is we have to be free to have sex. And it's such a directionless vision. Whereas I think if we start our young people just saying, just think of that dignity, you've got that amazing capacity you've got. And actually everything that's pro-life stems from appreciating the wonder, the dignity, the beauty of I've had the capacity to share in the creation of a new human life. I mean, it guides my celibacy massively, that I've got that gift and I haven't wasted it. I've just channeled it into something different so that my fatherhood is a spiritual fatherhood. But if I didn't have that natural capacity in the first place, I don't think I'd have ever seen the depth of my spiritual capacity. So I suppose we mentioned it a little bit, but fear. I mean, I think it isn't just fear about pro-life issues. It's not just fear about what people are going to say I'm saying. We are massively told that religion is a private matter. So almost if you're secular, you can have any opinion if you like. But if you've got a faith, would you just shut up, please? I personally think that affects us in our priestly ministry massively, and I think it affects our parishioners massively. And so I think a part of our ministry that's really important is encouraging people to have courage, I suppose. Do you feel that, and do you think of anything you could say that just how do we instill courage?
But it's Christ who does it, isn't it?
Well,
it's a divine gift, isn't it? It's faith. It's actually really trusting God to the end, to death, isn't it? Jesus dies on the cross, and learning that we can trust him. And that's our lifelong task, isn't it? And as we trust him more, so it begins to overcome fear. The fear levels get reduced because there's that trust there. But it's not easy.
No.
Not easy. So much of our life is our actions are motivated through fear.
Yeah.
I think it's been one of the experiences of being part of 40 Days for Life, and when you were saying, Sean, as well, about how the gift is received, just being part of 40 Days for Life and just being a part of that that atmosphere that is prayerful and is peaceful and is welcoming, is so powerful. And I mean, abortion, I think, is frightening. It's a frightening issue. So I think it's not surprising that fear is around. But being there with others, praying, trusting in Christ, there is that sense that the Lord does the work, the Holy Spirit is at work. So that companionship of others, I think that's the other thing which I've been really struck by in terms of 40 Days for Life is also, and I might be wrong about this, but my sense is that it's the lay faithful who are running 40 Days for Life, and we, the priests, are supporting them. What a model of the church. We don't need to do it all. In fact, it's they, the lay faithful, who are taking the initiative, in one sense, who are leading us and asking us to encourage and support them. And I've had a similar experience, going on pilgrimage to Lourdes. There's something similar about that, isn't it? It's often the lay faithful who run those pilgrimages, and then we are, as priests, have our role, in terms of anointing or giving blessings or celebrating the sacraments. And it seems to me that that's also a very beautiful way of dealing with the fear. We don't have to be the ones who take it all. No. That somehow we're part of a community where we're asked to support and encourage.
Yeah. Just wondering from my own experience as well. I think the first time I went and prayed outside of an abortion centre was about 12 years ago now, and I remember the first time being there, and sometimes since, but been feeling so fearful, almost like my legs were kind of shaking at first. But then with time, things change and you kind of get more used to it. It just makes me think of the importance of just maybe encouraging people to take a step, because once you've taken that step, I won't say there's no going back, because of course you can stop, but you can then take another one. And it's just like maybe just something we need to consider is creative ways we can help people to take at least one step, even if it's not as big as going to March for Life itself. But that might be an ideal one. Some people might be ready to take that step. But how can we, in our I don't really have the answer to this one, by the way. But I'm just thinking, how do we have ways of helping people to take at least one small step where they can actually actively do something and overcome fear in some small achievable way for them, that allows them then to take the next one and to see themselves as active.
And and being on the pavements, knowing also that there are about another 20 people who I've spoken to who's saying, I can't be there, but I'll be praying for you at that time. I mean, it's just inspiring. And in terms of fear, you'll know that you're not alone. And so that kind of combination of different roles and ministries and people is so powerful. And maybe, as you say, one of them might then step forward and be praying more visibly. But in one sense, to know that they are praying is so powerful.
I think two aspects that I think are very important in a parish in general is a spirit of martyrdom. I think especially our young people are very attracted to martyrs, but if we're not careful, we talk about that's what happened in the past or over there, whereas to be Christian is to be a martyr in some way. And I think we have to trust the goodness of our people, that actually having a vision that I'm willing to live for, having a vision I'm willing to die for, actually is life-giving, rather than that's a nice vision unless someone says something otherwise than else, And so I do think, just in general terms, encouraging us to see, pick up your cross daily and follow me. It's right from the Master's voice, isn't it? But a spirit of, if you're going to be Christian, you're going to be a bit attacked, and it's okay, because it's all there in the scripture that is part of it.
And I think what you're saying there, Stephen, as well, is because we want to be alongside people who also might be being isolated or attacked or neglected, that somehow it's the role of the church to be close to people who do feel perhaps on the margins or outside, and that we're somehow sharing that suffering with them or sharing that burden with them. I think is absolutely right, that we're called to be there as well. I mean, it was something I was saying earlier, before I started training to be a priest, I was a social worker, and for my master's kind of qualification, I interviewed 6 women who had abortions, to kind of gauge their different reactions to that experience. But for all of them, it had been an experience where they felt coerced, they felt abandoned, they hadn't been supported in it. There were no alternatives, practical, let alone spiritual or emotional. And for me, that was a turning point. If only I could have been there, or if only someone else could have been there at that moment when they were going through the door, quietly there, just saying, look, there is an alternative, or we can offer you something practical. What a difference it would have made. I was talking to women 30 years later, 40 years later, who were still grieving and still traumatized.
If only.
If only. And that sense of witness, martyrdom, it's not for its own sake, it's not for glory, but it is so that we can be sharing the pain or the suffering or the sense of isolation that some Some women, not all, and for those who would say, you know, for them it's not a problem, they don't need the church, they don't need the support, thank you, well, that's fine. But for maybe that one person who does, it's worth it. And again, on Radio 4 just the other week, I don't know if you heard it, you know, File on 4 was talking about, this is the phrase, you know, reproductive coercion, which was essentially, you know, women being forced to have abortions, you know, and there was somebody outside in a car, you know, forcing them to go through with it. And again, I was just thinking, who's there for those women? And again, if we can be there visibly, peacefully, prayerfully, saying there is an alternative.
Just makes me consider as well, because sometimes, well, not just sometimes, frequently it will be said, you know, that men in general, and in particular a priest, shouldn't be present and shouldn't have a voice, and certainly not, say, for example, outside of an abortion centre. But it just makes me think one of the kind of indispensable elements of a Rachel's Vineyard retreat is that there is a priest there. Rachel's Vineyard retreats are open to men and women, anyone who's been impacted by abortion. But the reason why there has to be a priest there, as well as to kind of give, you know, spiritual input and sacramental input and so on and so forth. Actually, one of the key reasons there's a priest is that there will always be a male presence at the Rachel's Vineyard retreat, which is so important for the healing process, that so many of the women have been and men have been impacted by really bad coercive behaviour from men and abusive behaviour from men, and such an important part of that healing process is actually having a positive male presence there as part of that healing journey. So yeah, just perhaps that's just one way of overcoming the courage, is to know actually your role is valuable, even if it's not valued by many people. It is a valuable role.
One of the crises of our culture is masculinity. We're told to be embarrassed about it. There's a strength to masculinity. It's a different strength to femininity, and that strength has often been misused. But rather than being told it shouldn't be misused, we're told not to have it. You know, especially our young people, our young boys are told, be embarrassed almost about your masculinity. And if I just, when I tell teenagers, you have got a strength in your masculinity, that strength is there to serve, to protect, to help, not to, you know, not to dominate. And time and again, that's really helped an adolescent boy just get to grips with it. Because if you go into a sixth form class and ask them what femininity is, they'll quite quickly come up with positive qualities. If you ask them about the positive qualities of masculinity, there's a silence, because anything that's good about masculinity is bashed out of us as it's bad. And well, it might have been misused by some males, too many, but that doesn't make the actual masculinity bad. Yeah. I think connected with that, I think also is the providence of the Father, isn't it? I think preaching about, you know, because when we're fearful, we tend towards control, and when we trust, we tend towards allowing God's providence. And I think in all our experiences, and any woman who's thinking about keeping my child, that there has to be an element of trusting in God's providence. It's made easier if it's a tangible offer from someone to say, oh, we'll help. But at the end of the day, courage comes alongside trusting that God loves me enough to look after me in that situation, doesn't it? And another thing that's just general but important, I think, is tolerance. You know, we experience that a lot in pro-life issues, but in general, I think it's important to help people understand what tolerance is, which is respecting the other person's genuine freedom, whereas our culture tells us that tolerance is respecting the other person's freedom to do what they like, and they're very different. And I think especially with our young people, when I talk to them about tolerance, they get what real tolerance is. If you talk to them about sexual or pro-life issues and then try and talk about tolerance within that, they don't listen to you, because they've already been told what tolerance is in that context. So maybe that's an important one.
I mean, the Greek word for tolerance, it goes even further, doesn't it? From tolo, to bear or to carry. So it's not just respecting someone at a distance, do whatever you want. I think it's back to that image again of the witness or the martyr. It's sharing. It's carrying the other. Yeah, it really is. It's so much more than the way it's spoken about. To tolerate means to carry the other, with their burdens, which is so much more.
You've made me realise that tolerance and compassion are almost the same thing.
Yeah, it's so profound.
To suffer with us in the sense that he actually carries
us. It's not just I'll allow you to do whatever you want, but actually carrying.
Well, Sean, you've talked more about you being active with the March for Life and 40 Days for Life. How do we feel about our own personal activity in pro-life issues, and whether we go out of our way to tell other people what we do, or we just talk about it when it comes in conversation, or do we tend to keep quiet about it, or what about our own sort of what we do personally linked with our pastoral?
Yeah, I mean, it's bound up with so many things, I think, that we've spoken about today. And I think when you were saying, Sean, as well, about that whole context, well, you're a man, you're a priest, and I think in one sense the other area that's so difficult for us as priests, especially at the moment, is the whole question of the abuse scandals. Yes. So who are you as a priest and as a man, with your attitudes possibly to women, or your attitudes to sex and children? Who are you to be involved in this? And I think that can also weigh very heavily on us as priests, not to get involved. You should not be getting involved in this area when you yourselves clearly are not, living up to the callings that we have. Not all of you. And I think it takes also enormous courage and humility and trust to, in one sense, to carry that burden. Yeah. As well of our brother priests, who are responsible for those crimes against others, that somehow we're carrying those with us, and still saying we're also wanting to carry also the burdens of others who might also be neglected or who have been abused, and that's not going to stop us just because abuse has happened. That doesn't then prevent us from trying to prevent further abuse from happening. So I think that's been a motivator for me, to be involved in a very small way, and I've been surprised as well just by the encouragement that others give to that, either saying, I'm praying for you, or I couldn't do it, but I'd love to do this, or I'd love to do that, that it galvanizes, as you said earlier, an energy for, let's, we're not only talking about the Amazon jungle, but we are, and somehow all of these things are interconnected. How do we treat our environment? The way we treat our planet. How do we treat one another in terms of relationships? They're all interconnected.
We're coming to an end. I think the last question.
I spoke too long. Sorry, Sean and Stephen, yourselves.
I think the last thing really would be about you mentioned about the power of people praying for us. Do we? Anything to say about how we might get our parish or a group or whatever to pray? I mean, do you find novenas? Do you find half-hour adorations? Is there any particular way of getting people to pray or facilitating prayer has worked for you?
I have to say, maybe it's a bit of a lacuna, actually, a bit of a gap in the. There's quite a few things that will end up on the newsletter and so on, but I suppose actually times of prayer specifically geared towards pro-life intentions and stuff. Apart from, they seem to be, I don't think this is just in the parish I'm in, but in most parishes, there seem to be activities like 40 Days for Life that are separate to the parish, and maybe it does need to be something far more connected to the parish, that maybe once every now and then we do have a holy hour specifically praying for a culture of life in our country and stuff, because I'm not really aware of it happening anywhere, and maybe there's something to challenge ourselves on.
Well, so as you said, Father, it's God that's doing it, and I think that there is a danger that we have our prayer life and then we have our activism, and I think sort of adoration or various other prayers really are important in making the flow come from the right person, isn't it? Right? I think we've come to an end, so thank you, fathers, for your discussion.
Thank you.
I hope something of what we said will help you, particularly if you're a priest thinking, perhaps I should do a little bit more, but I'm not quite sure what. If we haven't got all the answers as you've seen, but I think maybe a little bit of sharing of our practical experiences has helped giving you ideas to think and discern about. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What an interesting roundtable discussion that was, and it's so refreshing to see leaders of the church actually taking a stand on the pro-life cause. If you are part of any church, please go to your leaders and go to your priests and see if you can encourage them to spread the pro-life message within your community. And I think also, even not in a church but in the home, fathers of the home, please try to make a stand on this and try to spread the pro-life message within your own family.
Yeah, and regardless of which Christian tradition you're from, if you are a Christian, we need everybody to speak out around this injustice. We need leaders from every tradition to speak out. So please do approach your leaders, discuss with them, find out what they think and try and persuade them to take a stand for life. Well, next up we have Francesca and Dale, who are going to share their story along with their children.
I always wanted to be a mum, and I always wanted a big family as well. So yeah, that was something from a young age that I had visions of having a big family. We left getting married until we were perhaps a little bit older, and so we were keen to start a family as soon as you know, God willed us to start a family, yeah. And it happened, I think, within a couple of years. We conceived with my oldest daughter, Faith.
I consider myself to be paternal. You know, I'm an uncle to several nephews and nieces, you know, and I've always played an active, you know, role in their lives, you know, as with Francesca, you know, so in terms of taking them out on trips. And we have 5 children. The eldest is Faith. She's 19. Then Jude, our eldest son, is 18. Martha is our middle daughter. She is 15. Gabriel is our youngest son, and he is 11. And then we have Ruth, who's the baby of the family, although she is actually 9.
My mother was very strong Catholic, and so from being a young age, life and the issues surrounding life were always very important to our family. And then going into to teaching as well, where I teach issues surrounding life, the value of life, and you know, life from conception and so on to young people. And I consider that to be a very important part of my vocation as a teacher, really, to try and encourage young people today to really think about those issues.
I have always considered myself to be pro-life as an adult, as someone who has had the presence of mind to consider that in its full entirety. Yeah.
I had absolutely no inclination about Ruth's condition at all. I was given the option of finding out because I was an older mother-to-be when I conceived with Ruth, and they were very sort of keen for me to have the test to find out if Ruth possibly could have a condition such as Down syndrome, but I never had the test with any of the children and never would have done. As I said to them then, it wouldn't have made any difference to the outcome.
Ruth had been born, so I was present during the birth, and you know, that was really quite straightforward, wasn't it, really, in terms of how that went. And you know, I had left Francesca with Ruth at the hospital to pick the other children up who were at my mother's, and we'd gone to do some shopping to pick up some bits for their new sister. And it was while we were shopping that I got a call from Francesca, who was very distressed and saying that a doctor's just come into the room where I am with Ruth and has just suggested that, you know, that there's a problem. You know, you're aware of our concerns with Ruth in some of her features, but we weren't. We hadn't been made aware of any potential conditions that they felt Ruth may have had. So Francesca wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't prepared for that. So that was the first indication that Ruth had Down syndrome, and it was later confirmed, with the tests.
Although the nurses were absolutely lovely, and I can't fault them, but they did not have the knowledge at all to support me in that diagnosis. No one seemed to know anything at all about the condition.
I mean, I don't really know how we were introduced to the local T21 support group, to be honest with you. I don't know whether that came.
No, they have been instrumental throughout Ruth's life. They are a support group in Tameside for families and siblings, everyone involved with children with Down syndrome. And I think Ruth was almost one when I mustered up enough courage to go along to one of their meetings. And I have never looked back, really. They have been, wonderful. I've made some wonderful friends, and Ruth's made some wonderful friends. And of course, they've got children at different stages now with Down syndrome, and so we can support each other. And we have been into the local hospital and left leaflets and things like that, so that parents in the future would have that support, because that's one thing I would have loved to have had if I'd had someone that had had experience of a child with Down syndrome be able to come to me and say, don't worry, it'll be wonderful, everything will be fine. That would have made such a difference. And so hopefully that can now happen for other mums who are in the same position. We wouldn't change it for the world at all. I mean, my fears on having her as a baby, I look back now, and if only I knew then what I know now, I would, never have worried for a moment, because she is such a blessing. She brings so much to the family and adds so much to the family. She has changed us all. When Ruth started at Our Ladies, which is a mainstream Catholic school, they were very keen to support her and her needs, and the teachers straight away started to learn Makaton, and then it just grew from there. They started to incorporate it into the teaching, and now they have assemblies. Every song they sing as a school includes Makaton. Every year on Down Syndrome Awareness Day, they will all come together and they will use sign language, and it's just become second nature to them. And it was only recently a parent was talking about how much Ruth has brought to the school because of things like that, because of what the children have gained using Makaton and communicating with Ruth in that way. So yeah, they have been amazing with their support of Ruth. Oh, Father Simon has been amazing, really. He has absolutely supported us from day one. As I said, he came to see Ruth in the hospital the day she was born, and he has just been a source of strength and inspiration. He's supported us, he's helped us to raise funds, he's allowed us to use facilities, parish halls and so on, for us to have fundraising occasions.
I think the laws that currently exist within our country, particularly around abortion for children who have been diagnosed in the womb with Down syndrome are outrageous. I do feel as though they are preventing thousands of little Ruths from being part of our society. And we don't want to be the next Iceland. We don't want to be a country without children with Down syndrome or adults with Down syndrome. It is what it is, and we should be embracing it, as we should embrace all life.
Yeah.
I think there is certainly a potential for people to, certainly medical professional people, to perceive the potential for a child to be born with a disability as something negative. Or relate to us, to individuals, with respect to your age, that it's risky, or there is a risk. I think there's a risk with everything. I don't feel as though there should be an automatic leaning towards the negative side of things when we're talking about the potential for someone to be different in some way by virtue of a syndrome or something like that, you know. That's right, you know, there's a tendency for people to perceive Ruth from their own perspective in terms of, oh, well, I wouldn't like to be like that, or I wouldn't like my child to be like that, because they've never experienced it. Because Ruth doesn't feel as though she's disadvantaged. Ruth just feels as though she's Ruth. She's enjoying her life to the full.
My children now, their experience of Ruth, first of all, they absolutely adore her, but also it has helped them to have an understanding of differences and to understand that we are all different. And I think it's really been a very positive experience for them, because when they see anyone now with a disability, it isn't a shock to them, it isn't something they're frightened of or ignorant of. They are able to interact with people of all abilities or disabilities in the same way they do with Ruth, so it brings out a lovely side in the children. It really does. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and they also treat her like one of them.
They do.
And if she's getting on their nerves, then they tell her she's getting on their nerves, you know. There's no special treatment in our house, and you know, as far as that side of things is concerned. You know, outside of, you know, the special needs that Ruth has, she's treated as just one of the family, you know. So there's not much sway given if they're in. You know, it's a big family, and you know, there are times when each one of them has to stand their corner. So Ruth is more than able to stand at her corner as well, isn't she? So
I was only 11 when Ruth was born, so I didn't really know a lot about Down syndrome. So initially, my first thoughts were of things I did know, and they weren't particularly positive things. But I realised very quickly after she was born that I couldn't actually have asked for a better sister in so many ways, because the experiences I've had, I've had 3 younger siblings without including Ruth, so I had a lot of experience with it, but it was nothing, having Ruth was nothing like any of the others, because she's always got so much love to give, and I think that's one of the things that's made it such a different experience, because, you know, there isn't a day where she's not saying that she loves me, she loves everyone else, and she's also like, when I'm the day and I'm tired, she'll say, oh, you can pat her shoulder, so you can lie down on my shoulder, and I think that's something that makes it almost magical, is how much love she actually has for me, for the whole family, so it's very special. Yeah, I think the first thing I've learned from having a sister with Down syndrome is patience, because I've watched her grow up, and all the things that I've maybe taken for granted in my childhood, she's had to try that little bit harder to accomplish, you know, walking, talking, and also she struggles in certain situations, and I've got to be patient with her, and I think that's a really valuable lesson, because, you know, you go through life and you've got to have patience with all sorts of people, and I think Ruth has really taught me the value of being patient and waiting, and how good things can come when you are patient. And I have 2 very close friends. I have others, but 2 very close ones that I've been friends with since I was young, and they've essentially, some of them have known Ruth as long as I have, because they were friends with me back then. And there's always been, obviously they weren't as knowledgeable as like I wasn't at first, but, you know, they've always been positive, and, you know, in a lot of cases love as much as I do, because she's so open. She's always so open, and her reactions and the things she does are so like pure. It's just the first thing that comes into her head she'll say or she'll do, and they see that, and they think it's, you know, it's kind of, we can always all take something from that, because, you know, we're always second guessing everything we do and say, whereas with children like people like Ruth, there's never any kind of, oh, maybe I shouldn't do this or say this. They just do it, and I think that's something that, you know, my peers have definitely picked up on and like.
Yeah, there has been some difficult times where, yeah, like Faye said, I had to be more patient, but it also is a really nice thing to have someone who, I don't see them as different but unique, and it's really nice because she would see things differently to others, and she's also really good company when I'm bored. Like, I could never get bored while Ruth's around. I wouldn't treat them that different to someone who hadn't, but I would maybe say things simpler or help them to understand better what I'm trying to say if they don't understand. And I'd try and help them to like understand everything. So I would treat them very similar to what I treat someone else, but just give them that extra support that they need if they are struggling. So I did the presentation at my school because I wanted other people to see Down syndrome through my eyes and actually tell them that it's not a negative thing and it's a positive thing, and it's really nice to have someone with Down syndrome in your family, but also to tell them what Down syndrome actually is, so that they have an extra chromosome. This is a poem for my little sister Ruth. It might take her a little bit longer, she goes at her own pace. It might take her a little bit longer because not everything has to be a race. It might take her a little bit longer to keep up with her friends. It might take a little bit longer, but she'll get there in the end. It takes me a little bit longer to see the world through her eyes, but when I finally get there, it should come as no surprise. The love, the laugh, the smile, the truth. She's not any burden, she's my little sister Ruth.
What a lovely family they are, and thank you so much for sharing your story with us. And yeah, it's just a joy to hear that. On the flip side, only 10% of children with Down syndrome in this country actually survive the most dangerous place on earth, the mother's womb, which should, of course, ironically be the safest and the most loving and caring place. But 90% of these children are essentially screened out of our population before they're even born, which is awful. It's a horrific injustice, and we need to protect them. This needs to end.
It truly is, yeah. So next on we have Dr. Callum Miller, and he's answering the question, would you save a 5-year-old or a frozen embryo?
Suppose that you are in an IVF clinic and the IVF clinic is burning down. And suppose that you can only save a Petri dish with an embryo in, or you can save a 5-year-old child who happens to be in the clinic as well. Which one would you save? Well, the obvious answer that most people give is that you would save the 5-year-old child. And this is often taken as an argument that embryos are not human beings. They're not valuable as valuable as the rest of us. They don't have the same sort of human rights that the rest of us have. And that seems to be a fairly intuitive conclusion. So what's wrong with that conclusion? Well, the reality is that we often make decisions about who to save when we have limited resources. We have to do this in medical practice, and particularly in emergency situations. I have had situations where I have had 2 people whose lives are at risk, and I have had to decide which of them I go to see first. And this is a decision which we have to make in difficult situations. Now, those situations never mean that human beings are not equal. If I go and choose to see one patient first before seeing the other patient, it doesn't mean that they are more inherently valuable or that they are more worthwhile, or that the first patient is a person, a full human being, and the other one is not a person, they're a subhuman being. It means that human equality is compatible with prioritizing different people in different contexts according to different criteria that we have. And this, of course, is something that we wouldn't have to do in an ideal world. But in a world which is not ideal and which has limited resources, sometimes we have to make the choice between 2 completely equal and infinitely valuable human beings. And we make those decisions based on the age of the human being, based on how likely it is that they will survive, based on how many people they have in their lives that are dependent on them. For example, if it was a mother with several young children at home. All of these things factor into how we make those decisions in those difficult cases of limited resources. But it doesn't mean that those humans are unequal, that they have different fundamental worth. If, for example, I only have one kidney that is going to be transplanted, if I choose to save a woman who has 5 young children at home and who has 30 years left to live, over a 90-year-old person who probably will pass away in the next year and who has no one that is dependent on them, I am not saying that the 90-year-old is not a human being or that they are less valuable. The fundamental principle here is that human equality is compatible with making these difficult decisions about resource allocation according to different criteria. And what it certainly doesn't mean is that it is okay to end the life of that 90-year-old human being. I may not prioritize them when I have limited resources, but it doesn't mean that they are subhuman, that they lack human rights, and it especially doesn't mean that it is okay to end their life. And so when we have this situation, this clearly hypothetical situation in an IVF clinic, if it were true that it would be the right thing to do to save the 5-year-old child, perhaps because they have a more meaningful existence to people around them in the world, perhaps because they have a much higher likelihood of surviving outside of the lab. For whatever reason you choose to save the 5-year-old child, it doesn't mean that the embryo is not equal, is not a person. And it certainly doesn't mean that it would be okay to actively end the life of that embryo. And so the fundamental principle here is all human beings are equal. But in certain situations, we have to choose particular human beings to receive care or to receive emergency services simply because we have limited resources. Whereas in an ideal world, all of them would receive that support. Choosing to save one person over another in those difficult situations doesn't mean that they are not equal, and it is completely different from saying that some humans are not really human or that they are not really deserving of human rights. And so the ultimate answer here is that human equality is compatible with those difficult decisions, and it doesn't mean that the embryo is not a human. It doesn't mean that the embryo is not a person, and it certainly does not mean that it is okay to actively end the life of an embryo or an unborn child in the womb.
Well, I think Dr. Callum Miller provided us with a really great and clear answer to such a common question, a question that I've received so many times, usually in the context of the burning clinic. So if any of you have heard that question before, please feel free to use his answer. It was just great.
Up next, we have Ben Thatcher of March for Life UK is going to be speaking with Bernadette Smith, and she's going to be telling us about the situation in Northern Ireland.
Hello, I'm delighted to welcome to you today a great friend of March for Life UK, Bernadette Smith. Now, Bernadette is the founder of Precious Life in Northern Ireland and has been working for many years to protect the unborn child and to give practical support to women. Bernadette, how are you and how are things at the moment? And please tell us a little bit about what the situation's like in Northern Ireland at the moment.
Well, hi Ben, thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's always good to speak to fellow pro-life friends anywhere in the world, but more closely to our friends in the UK. Well, as you said, I've been in the battle now for approaching 25 years this coming August. And, you know, we have our ups and downs. You take one step forward and maybe 10 back. Ultimately, our goal is at the moment, since the Westminster government in 2019 forced abortion into Northern Ireland, is to save as many babies as we can through the Stanton Healthcare Project. So today, just before I came on air, I got a beautiful little WhatsApp picture from one of the mothers who I personally became involved in or with last year, and she had the baby girl there on May the 13th. So she sent me a wee picture today. So that, things like that just lift your spirit, and they lift you, they give us the joy to know what we're doing. Sometimes God allows us these wee opportunities because we need to know what we're all about. We're about saving babies and helping mothers. So things are difficult here in Northern Ireland. When I look back over the last 25 years, we've been able to hold back the floodgates since 1967, where abortion became legal in the rest of the UK. And the unthinkable happened in 2019 when the Westminster government totally ignored the democratic process, introduced abortion at a time when our government was in a form of suspension. And since then, the Secretary of State, Brandon Lewis, who's Secretary at the moment for Northern Ireland, is just hell-bent in liberalising the law, introducing regulations that will allow abortion up to the moment of birth. I mean, to think that we've got even a worse piece of legislation than the rest of the UK, more liberal, they're forcing in sex education, they're bypassing Christian values and Catholic values in particular, where they're introducing liberal sex education, which will include abortion into the schools. I think that just was covered this morning in the news that Brandon Lewis is he's just railroading, running roughshod over the democratic process, ignoring the values of the people of Northern Ireland, who've said time and time again that they didn't want abortion legalised here. If I go back to even 2019, there was a consultation it was actually the Westminster government put forward a consultation asking for the views of the people of Northern Ireland. 79% of the 21,000 people who responded to that consultation said they didn't want to see the law changed here on abortion, and they wanted to see babies protected. So no matter what polls, we hear people arguing, oh, well, the young people want to see a change in the law. We know that 79% of the 21,000 said they didn't want to see abortion, and it wasn't in their name. So, democracy, there's no such thing as democracy here in Northern Ireland. We just elected a government. We had the Stormont government elected. We had an election there in May, the start of May. And we no longer have a government because the Democratic Unionist Party are failing to go into government because of the protocol. There's a whole, big upheaval between Ireland and the UK and Northern Ireland. So whilst, again, at a time when the government is very weak, Brandon Lewis came in last week and said he had his own team ready and willing to go throughout the hospitals and introduce abortion with the funding from the Westminster government. So, what can you do at times like this when when I think back 25 years of every day fighting the battle, changing hearts and minds, informing the people, lobbying the government, to just wake up one day and find that you have the worst piece of legislation in the whole of Europe. But does that, what do we do?
Yeah.
We just dust ourselves down and we just say, babies still need our voice, mothers still need our help. We still have to maintain a culture of life. We still have to inform the public on the horror of abortion, and we still have to offer women better than abortion. And that's what the Stanton Healthcare project is all about. And great things are happening, and I'm working full time with Stanton Healthcare now, as well as directing and guiding the campaigns for Precious Life. So I see my role personally in the pro-life movement slightly changing, but again, I'm a wee bit older than I was 25 years ago. I've matured. There's certain things now probably that I just feel God is calling me more towards guiding and directing pregnancy resource centres. And I mean, we have already 2 centres in Northern Ireland. We're about to open a 3rd one throughout the 6 counties. So there's a lot of good things happening, but I don't think I'm ready to hang up my active shoes yet. So, I'm coming away from Precious Life kicking and screaming, but I'm an activist at heart. So, I want to be out there on the forefront, campaigning and saving lives, and just being a voice for the most vulnerable as well.
Well, it still seems like you'd have the same amount of energy as he did 25 years ago still now, Bernadette. Yes. Yeah, please don't hang up your shoe. Please don't hang up the boots yet. Yes, keep on going.
No intentions.
What do you think the mood's like now after the law changed then, amongst all the pro-life community there?
Well, I suppose when we look at the whole of Ireland in particular, because I mean, it's the same in the Republic of Ireland, we fought the good fight. I've been part of the global pro-life movement, but particularly the All-Ireland movement. I think a lot of people are still very much in a shock state. How did this happen? Why did it happen? What did we do wrong? There's a lot of questions being asked. Well, when I'm active on the street, for example, I was out there on Saturday in the city centre campaigning. I think the people here are still very, very pro-life. There's still a great culture of life. In Northern Ireland, you'll meet young people, you'll meet middle-aged people, you'll meet mothers, single parents, you'll meet so many different people on the street. And the message, the feedback from the people, I believe, is that this is unjust, this is unfair, this should never have happened. And we just keep that positivity out there. I have to tell myself constantly, the joy of the Lord is my strength, because you have to be joyful people. You have to be people of life, people of hope, people of faith. So, that's what we're doing. But yeah, it's tough, and some people have thrown in the towel. Some people have given up and said, look, what more can you do? I think, we're all held responsible. Whatever happens in your country, whether you sit down and let it continue, if you just say, I can't do nothing, then more babies will die. We're trying to save as many children as we can and inform the public of the horror of abortion. We live in a more liberal society now than maybe I could say. There's a change in the culture maybe over the last 10 years throughout the whole world, apart from the United States now, I have to say. There's a great change in the culture in America. But here, the change in the culture is, I'm seeing a more liberalized culture. Young people are more, my body, my choice. But when we are out and we have our displays of the development of the baby, we talk about the horror of abortion on the child and how it affects women. You're still seeing hearts and minds being changed. So I just get on with it. We just do what we have to do.
Bernadette, do you think that's down to people going away from God as well, losing their Christian values?
I think so. And I think when we look at what happened after lockdown, I think that played a big part in the change in the culture as well. Over the last 2 years, we live in a different world now than we did 2 years ago. I do think that it has a lot to do with faith in the home, faith in the schools. But again, I can't put that down, give credit to that as a whole, because we just live in a different society. The media controls the minds of the people, of the young people. The universities play a big part in liberalizing young people. I mean, I had a schools campaign called Life is Precious, and up until lockdown, I was able to speak in schools, and it was amazing how you could capture the audience, capture 200 or 300 young people, help change their minds. But those young people, when they went to university, then you could see, going by your feedback from parents, how they were liberalized. So I just think, our culture's on the road to disaster, really. But there has to be lights in the darkness. There has to be a light, and we are that light. We're the light in the dark world. If we weren't out there, little people praying outside abortion centres, educating the public, bringing the truth out there, no matter what's happening, the light will still continue to shine. And that's what I think that, the pro-life movement, the light, the light brightens the darkness. The darkness can't put the light out. The light can affect the darkness. So, we have to be doing positive, life affirming, life saving, gospel of life things in this world, and that's what we're doing.
Yes, I couldn't agree more with you, Bernadette. And I think it's so important to get these positive stories out there. I think to change the narrative, we have to be getting these good stories of hope out there, even for those people who have had abortions, who have found healing, though. You know, there's light at the end of the tunnel for everyone, isn't there? So what's happening at this year's Rally for Life then? It's coming up soon, isn't it, Bernadette?
Yeah, well, this is the first All-Ireland Rally for Life. Over the last 2 years, we've had life chains, we've had demonstrations, we've had commemoration services, here in the north at Stormont and at the City Hall. And, we've been constantly taking that message out there. So this is the first rally that will take place in Dublin in July. Now, over the last couple of years, we made a slight change. It used to be the All-Ireland Rally for Life that was in Dublin one year and then the following year in Belfast. Now we've decided that it will be in Dublin every year from now on, because there's a battle waging in the south that's different from the north.
Yes.
So we slightly changed things. So the Rally for Life will be on the first Saturday in July in Dublin, the city centre in Dublin. So what our involvement will be to organise buses, get people there from the north. But we ourselves will be aiming we're planning to organise a March for Their Lives, March for Life now in coming October. We're trying to get a proper venue for that in terms of the city centre and a place for the speeches and the actual rally on the square. So that this is the plan. September will be, sorry about that. July will be in Dublin, and hopefully we'll have an event here in Belfast in October, because our legislation changed on the 21st of October. So we need to commemorate that. We need to bring to the forefront of the people, the many children that have lost their lives, to the legislation here and then in Dublin. So it's like we're really sort of starting all over again. The All-Ireland Rally for Life was formed in 2007. I think at one stage there was like 100,000 people at the rally in Dublin. We're gradually building the momentum to bring people back out again, to get the enthusiasm back into the pro-life movement. So we're looking forward to July, and then hopefully, as I say, October in the north.
So to get more information about the march will it be in Belfast, did you say?
Yeah, we're just trying to
follow Precious Life and Rally for Life media.
Yeah, Rally for Life will be on the Rally for Life Facebook and Life Institute in the north. All the information will be through the Precious Life Facebook page, website, so you'll be able to access all the information. We just have to get the dates for the October event. We're just waiting for confirmed venue for the actual gathering. But we just have to keep going, like yourselves, we went from Birmingham to London. You just have to keep going, building the numbers, raising awareness and activating the pro-life people. I believe from the rallies and the marches, people go away with a new enthusiasm.
Definitely.
They go back to their own communities and they say, we must do something, because, like say, for example, Ireland, we have the whole of Ireland, babies are being killed in all the different communities, healthcare facilities, GP surgeries. So the people in their own communities have to go back into their communities and try to save lives there. Like when we come back from the rally in July, hopefully we can recruit new people who'll come out and pray outside the centres here in Belfast and throughout Northern Ireland. But as you know, we're also facing a major battle to introduce buffer zones. We know this is happening and has been happening in the UK and in Scotland as well. Thankfully, we've had an answer to prayer, because the Attorney General for Northern Ireland has stepped in. There was a bill passed there before the new elections. It was in March. There was a bill passed that would introduce buffer zones outside abortion centres. The Attorney General for Northern Ireland has taken a case and is challenging the legislation at the Supreme Court. it's not human rights compliant. It would deny me and others the right to pray, to give out leaflets, to impart our religious views on society. So, you know, it's like an answer to prayer when she looked at the legislation and she's challenging it. So we're really hopeful that this legislation in some parts will be overturned and that we will be able to continue to save lives outside abortion centres here in Northern Ireland.
Well, please, Lord, make that legislation be overturned. We are currently fighting a buffer zone piece of legislation potentially being put into place in Birmingham at the moment as well. And yes, it needs a lot of prayer because it's not looking very good for us at the moment, but there's still hope.
Well, like us, you know, we looked to pass legislation. I think it was in London. I spoke to a couple of colleagues in the movement who gave us ideas on how to try to challenge the legislation. But because it was passed at Stormont, it was out of our hands. We have sought legal advice to judicially review it. But because the Attorney General is looking at the legislation, that's even better than us taking a judicial review. So hopefully, if we get good news and it works for us, it will work for you, because it's UK legislation, whether it be in Northern Ireland or the UK. So we just have to keep praying that we can still do what we do and save as many babies as possible. Just while we're talking about that, we have another baby. It's due to be born. This lady came out of the abortion centre in Belfast. She took the information, she talked to one of my colleagues, and we gave her a leaflet on pill reversal, and she called the Stanton helpline the next morning. I happened to be on the helpline. We were able to get her support from a very courageous doctor here who was able to give her the medication to reverse the abortion pill, and her little baby boy is now due in the middle of June. So it's great things are happening, and as you know, Dr. Kearney, an amazing doctor, is doing amazing things, and we're really hoping to really increase the abortion referral treatment here in Northern Ireland to save as many lives as possible.
Well, Bernadette, thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you for inspiring us over all these years to be courageous in our pro-life beliefs. And you know, all this work is just so worth it, just for that one person, you know, that one child saved. It's all worth it, isn't it? So no matter how tough things get.
It is worth it, Ben. But you know what? We're people who want to save all the babies, and I think that's the attitude we have. We know that to save one baby would just be amazing for a pro-lifer, but when we save one baby, we just want to save as many babies as possible. I was asked by a reporter one day if I went into a building and there was one born baby there and there was thousands of embryos that needed to be saved, what would I do? I said, so I try to save them all. That's what we do. We try to save them all, and sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't, but that's the mindset that we must have in the movement: save as many little ones as we can.
Thank you so much, Bernadette. Thank you for everything that you do.
Okay, thank you, Ben, for having me on. God bless.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Bernadette, for the update about Northern Ireland, which is really helpful for us to know.
So up next we have Marie, who shares her story from having 5 abortions to finding healing and peace.
So my name's Marie, and I came from a fairly Catholic Irish background family, I suppose. Holy pictures were around the place. We prayed the rosary. We never missed Mass. Fairly strict in that sense. I'm the eldest of 4. Yes, around the time I think I was about 7 or 8, somebody came to live with us, and what took place was abuse, sexual abuse, and it was traumatic more in a sense for the aftermath, as in I wasn't believed, than the actual experience, because I was, I guess, quite a feisty young girl and stood up for myself, and I wasn't cowed by it in that way. I argued back and so forth. But the shock was really, the big shock was this idea that I was lying when I knew very well I wasn't. So moving forward, I, became involved in, went off piste, shall we say, quite young. I would say that it was related in some way. There was a kind of, I don't know, sort of an anger, I think, somewhere deep in me. And of course, it wasn't a conscious thing, but maybe any idea of revenge or something was, of course, self-inflicting, pain on myself, of course, and others, no doubt. But, in the deepest way, of course, I was betraying what I knew was good and right, and living in being selfish and rebellious, I guess. And so this all went under the radar for a long time at home and at school. I never talked about things I was doing that I knew was wrong. So to some extent, it was a double life, I was doing well at school and sport and things like that, so nobody was suspicious in a sense of what I was doing. I, of course, got in with the wrong crowd at various times and youth clubs and, was able to do things, and again, like I said, wasn't really attracting attention because I was passing exams and doing all the right stuff. Then I was actually fast forward to when I was about 17. This was something that was quite traumatic. Retrospectively, at the time I was just in trauma about it. Our family lost our home, and my father went to another country, and my mother, myself and the children were left in this situation with bailiffs and what have you. So it was really quite traumatic. And then the most traumatic bit was a few weeks later, I finished, I had another year at school to do. So the rest of the family joined my dad abroad. And this was devastating. I was living with 3 elderly people, one who was known to the family because she used to help out from time to time with my younger sibling. And I was in this situation where I was in my last year at school and going to school on the bus, every day. And but at the same time, it gave me absolute freedom with a boyfriend who was living about 8 miles away. So it wasn't near, I didn't have a car and I wasn't cycling. But I got to see him quite a lot. And I think by some strange coincidence, so to speak, I think his parents weren't around either. It's a bit blurry because it is quite a long time ago. I'm talking about when I was 17, 18 now, and clearly I've moved on a bit since then. So we spent a lot of time together. I think we were both feeling quite lonely. He had a bed sit, I think, and I got away from the 3 oldies. Smoking, drinking, all that sort of stuff, and of course having sex with, I seem to remember, condoms. They didn't work, and I was 18, just turned 18, and I was just shocked. Suddenly, oh, you have sex, and sex is for babies. And it was that thing of, it was an escape, I think, for me in many ways. Sensuality and comfort, closeness at a time when I felt my whole life was, there was nothing of that kind in it, really. I just felt very lonely. And I think he did too. And there wasn't even a second where this baby was going to be have a chance, really. because it was instant panic, instant, oh my gosh, can't, you know, there was no question, or I don't even remember a conversation, being honest, about, oh, what shall we do, other than we have to get rid of this. As brutal and awful as that sounds, that was the way we're both thinking. I think he stole things, sold things to get money. He was a schoolboy, like myself, like a school-age person. And I remember going to this dreadful clinic, feeling utterly shameful, dirty, horrible, vile, just low, hiding sort of in a way, terrified, no one to talk to, didn't talk to anybody about it, didn't think about talking to anybody, teachers, or certainly not the people I was living with, or there was no one really to talk to. And so I booked myself in somehow and paid for it. It's all a bit of a blur really, but the thing I do remember is there didn't seem to be any counselling or any discussion of it at all, like, are you sure you want to do this, or anything like that. Certainly when I went to the clinic, there was nobody outside the clinic, and I often think now when I stand outside a clinic or when I see people standing outside clinics, I just think, oh my gosh, I wish there'd been somebody standing outside the clinic to say to me, are you sure you want to do this, or showed me a picture or offered me, would you like to have, hear the heartbeat, or whatever was that I could have, just to give me another perspective on everything, to put me in touch actually with reality. The whole thing was unreal. It was like a walking nightmare. And anyway, fast forward now to, the whole thing was very cold, clinical, of course, conveyor beltish, inhumane really, and the next thing I knew, I woke up, I was out of it, and I was crying and sobbing in a bed, and crying and calling out in a angry way, as well as a heartbroken way, you've killed my baby, you've killed my baby, you've killed my baby. And a nurse came out, shh, you're going to upset all the women. I said, I don't care, and I just carried on sobbing loudly. But so that was that, and I can't even remember actually. I don't remember being met afterwards by anybody, the father. It is a bit of a blur, but there certainly wasn't anybody picking me up. So it was just, that was around. Then that's actually come back to my mind. So what happened then? I went abroad to see my parents for Christmas, and I had these agonising pains, and didn't know what was going on. Then I thought it must be something to do with that, and I was horrified. My mother, was a nurse, and I think my father suspected to the degree, I think he thought I'd had a miscarriage. And I'm saying all this because, by the way, there was no question that I would have dared to tell my parents, which retrospectively, I realise I could have done, actually, but there would have been, I felt that I would have brought shame on them, agony, the disapprobation of relatives and the small, close-knit community they were living in, which was very religious. And sadly, I'm sure I was wrong on this, but I just felt that there would be so much aggro in a way for everybody and uproar, that the little time I did spend thinking about it, I just didn't entertain it. Anyway, I remember sleeping with my mother for 2 or 3 nights in this agony, and she had her hand on my stomach, and I thought, oh my goodness, if my mother only knew what this was about. Anyway, in the end, I said, I just need to go to the hospital. And we went to the hospital. And what was so awful was it was a hospital that my mother worked at, so this made things really even up the ante, a nightmare. Plus, in the particular country I was in at the time, 18, wasn't the age of, I can't remember what the term is, it wasn't the age of being an adult, 18, it was 21. So I had to somehow, you know, blackmail in a way the doctor that I was dealing with, begged him and implored him in almost hysterics, please, quiet hysterics, please do not tell my mother, get to my father, it'll just be awful. So it was just another trauma, really. Anyway, in the end, I was in hospital and I was passing enormous clots like the size of cricket balls. So it made sense to me that I'd been in such agony. Clearly, there was part of the baby remaining, in my womb. So I was in hospital for some time and given painkillers, I suppose, and I had a D&C. And that was that. Back to school, back to studying for A-levels, back to normal. But there was no normal after that. There was no normal. I felt somehow like a husk, empty. And back to the boyfriend, and got pregnant again. Second time, same boyfriend. And, you know, just paralysis, really, paralysis. How could I have been so, you know, how could I have done this again? And it's only through later years, quite recent years, really, that I've realised that one trauma upon another trauma, one abortion, and can engender, you know, it seems seemingly quite normal that I was horrified to find out, and in some way it made sense though, so it was not exactly consolation, but an explanation for this, what I thought was extremely strange behaviour. At the time anyway, just more panic again, oh my goodness, you know, going to have to do this again. You know, selfish of course, of youth. I have a university place, I have this, I have that, you know, doctors just said, oh, you know, yes, of course, and signed everything quickly. Wasn't it, are you sure you've just gone through this before, you know, would you like some counselling, perhaps you need some help. There was nothing like that at all, and I was just desperate to do things as quickly as possible. Out of fear, out of just pure animal sort of fear, really, fight or flight. And I was running away. And again, had the procedure. I don't really remember very much about it, except sitting like a zombie beforehand with the father of the child, watching some inane film, and just not seeing anything on the screen, in a state of absolute depression and anguish, but deadness at the same time, a real deadness in my heart and soul. I didn't feel like anything, that I wasn't anything. And a victim, I suppose, really, feeling like that, like, you know, what's going to be done to me again, even though, of course, I was responsible, of course, but at the same time it felt like in some way I wasn't. So then that episode finished, I went to university. I remember the boyfriend getting in touch with me throughout the summer and trying to avoid his calls. I didn't want anything to do with him really again. The memories were too painful apart from anything else. I feel bad about that now, but at the time it was just self-preservation, really. I went to university, very quickly met a boyfriend, a new person, first week, first term. You know, we spent time together, and the same thing happened again. Very quickly, and again, I don't remember any discussion about what should we do, or, you know, or even or myself saying, should we do this, should we do that, what are the options. It was panic, fear on both sides, and I remember the boy's father paid for it, and this awful sense of blood money. That's what it felt like, blood money. Stealing things for the first and second, and then this. Just awful, awful, awful. And it was that, what's happening? What do you know? What am I doing with my life? Well, on the surface, it was all success, passing exams and this, that, and the other, and being involved in lots of things and getting lots of, feedback, positive feedback about it. But it was like a double life, really. None of my girlfriends or friends knew, and I started to retreat from friendships or too close friendships and so on, and sort of be kind of quite private in a way, like almost hermit-like in some ways, but at the same time things like drinking was going up, and smoking, and just generally not looking after myself, general depression, anxiety and fearfulness crept in. So this relationship anyway carried on. I was quite involved in theatre and plays and things at the time. I remember I was even pregnant playing this role at university. I still see the pictures and I can see my face and recognise, the pregnant look on my face. And it was a Beckett play, actually. It was Waiting for Godot, and I was playing the male lead in this all-female cast of a male play. And I remember, certain random lines astride of a grave and a difficult birth, and another point shouting out, abortion! It was a game. Oh my gosh, can't believe it, that I was having to say those words, and there were, little did anybody know or understand the knife that was kind of piercing my heart, being in this play. Anyway, move on now. So this relationship continued. I went to London, went to drama school, had great parts and all the rest of it. Continued this relationship with this boyfriend who I was living with, incidentally, pretty much from the word go. So by this stage, it's about 6 years or so. And I was, acting and, working in restaurants and bits and pieces, living the life, so-called, in London, but not really, sort of going through the motions of living the life and somehow managing to con people that I was okay, and, but nobody really asked, and I didn't. In those days, nobody went to, therapy or stuff. That seems to be all in vogue, really. But so there was no outlet for that. I was out of my faith, very much so. If anyone asked me, did I believe in God, I'd say yes. I wonder about that, like how in that. So I was carrying around this acre of guilt, this monumental guilt, knowing that I'd made very, very poor choices, very bad choices, and very unhappy about it and very depressed about it, but didn't talk about it to anybody. Then I got, I remember this situation where I'd been talked into going on the pill after that third one, and that third one, as I say, is John, by the way, later named these children. And the first was Francis, and the second was Rosa. So I just had it was a sort of a shock to say that third one, when I know that third one now is John. It's not a one or it or thing, or it's my child, and he's called John. But after John came Gabriel. And Gabriel, I've realised how much I wanted Gabriel, in the sense that this was the first time I didn't feel this panic of what, I did feel a panic, but it was a different kind of panic, a panic within a 6-year relationship. And of course I could have said, I really would love to have this baby and that we get married. but I didn't. I regret that. I guess I wanted to have that, you know, put to me. Look, we've been together all this time, we love each other, or we think we love each other. You know, will you marry me? I could have asked, I suppose. You know, we're talking about when was it? The early 80s-ish. So, but by then, you know, and I was fairly, you know, wasn't shy in that respect, but seemingly I was, because in my heart I know that that's really what I wanted. And I just wanted to say, I mentioned contraception, so I was on the pill just before this, but had been talked into, the girls where we were working in the restaurant, everybody was talking about this thing called the honey cap. And I'd never heard of it, and they're saying, oh yeah, you know, the pill's so bad and this for that reason and this reason, this is much better. And there's this doctor in such a place at some trendy sort of expensive address in London who does them for this amount, and she's really, really nice, and there's a husband and wife team and so on. Why don't you go and see? So I joined the band, following the leader, as it were, and went to get one of these honey caps. And anyway, it didn't work. But what did work was the husband and wife team got another client, because it turned out that the husband was an abortionist. Unbelievable, really, but now that I'm older and more cynical and wised up about it, that's a great evil business. It's a great, you know, it was it's a terrible business, but obviously it was a money spinner, and we know that you know, money makes the world go round, don't we? So that was a shock. Anyway, I got pregnant on this wretched honey cap thing, and as I said, the marriage proposal didn't happen, and also looking at myself, you know, being honest again, dispassionately, I realised that, you know, I've had this, been wanting to get into theatre and so on, and I wasn't overly ambitious, but I realised that I was more ambitious than I thought, perhaps, in the sense that, well, for the first time I was, what about this, what about this, what about this baby? I went to talk to a couple of women, so that's different from the others, and both of them were very, what can I say, very liberated, and older women, could have been my mother, and but were very somewhat eccentric and well, not pro, you know, shall we say, they were for abortion, both of them, and again, I'm shocked when I look back on the people I chose. You know, not to be judgmental in that sense, but about, you know, that I chose two people really that if I thought about it, I knew the answer before I saw both of them. So I was setting myself up in a way to hear this terrible, terrible suggestion that I knew would be coming, like, well, you know, you must have an abortion, darling, was one of them. Darling, you must, you know, it's the only thing to do. And I listened, and I felt dead, and I felt more dead than I felt. And this time I went off with this, the father of the child in the car to this clinic. And when I came round, I was so sad, so traumatized, absolutely dead, deader than dead. But at the same time, not entirely, because I was just weeping and weeping and weeping. And I think he was really frightened, actually, when he saw me, and so much so that the surgeon came in, who, as I said, was the husband of the person who'd given me the honey cap, and he looked very worried as well. I can only imagine how they must have felt. So then, fast forward. So we split up, by the way, that after about 2.5 years after that, we split up. And And then come to the point, now I'm about 30, definitely things changed. Promiscuity, drinking changed. Of course, in theatre, that's the lifestyle, you know, late nights and so on, and clubs. I mean, people are giving you free entrance to clubs, to, you know, and so on. So you take full advantage of that, which I did. And just see retrospectively, of course, not at the time, but just going into darker and darker void, really. Yeah, a very scary place, and a very lonely place, actually. So I was in a theatre company and had an affair. I think it was one-off, a situation with an actor. And this was in a sense, an even worse situation because this actor was married, and furthermore, I think his wife was pregnant, and this one-off event, ended up in a pregnancy. So this time, it was like, this time I am going to have this baby. Whatever happens, I'm going to have this baby. And I decided that. I felt very clear about it. I couldn't go through with this again for the baby's sake or my own. Even though, in a sense, the chances of everything bleak, I was older somehow, and I felt that, somehow be able to navigate life. Not that I had anything concrete like a house or a home as such. Or, that lifestyle I had was very gypsy-like in a sense, No security is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I remember I made this decision, and this particular evening, he came round to where I was living. This is when the play was on, and with wine, and obviously with the intention of changing my mind. I was adamant that I was not going to change my mind. I understood his situation and how awful it was, and I was so sorry about all of it, but I wasn't going to go through with this. Well, his mind was quite different, and by the end of the evening, with wine and what have you, and hearing his story, I ended up feeling more sorry for his situation and the ramifications for him, and it's all very sort of blurred in a way. I can't remember details as such. I do remember that I then somehow or other went through with this 5th abortion. And this baby, this child, is Magdalene. I don't remember anything after that, except a few years later seeing this person in a designer shop looking at something and looking up and seeing this person, and both of us scurrying off in opposite directions. So it's just the sadness and the wrongness and the emptiness and the deadness of it all. If it's all so fine and good and okay, and it's nothing, it'll be fine, why does it engender such deadness, emptiness, and so forth? So yes, and one of the strange things that happened just in the run-up to this final abortion was that the father of the 3rd and 4th of Gabriel and John actually begged me to have this baby. So there's a twist in, extraordinary irony that, I think I mentioned that I would so have loved to have had this child, we were together as a couple for over 6 years. We were, mid-20s. We weren't babies anymore. And the irony of this person, who I, in my heart, I think still love very much, begging me to have another man's child. But it is what it is. And in a sense, another evil of the situation, not the person as such, but the actual whole situation is out of kilter and is so wrong and so sad, really, so sad for so many. Other relationships followed. One in particular was quite a long one, and when I realised that it wasn't going to end in marriage and children, which is what I was by then, this stage, becoming quite desperate for, I ended that relationship, and no sooner had that happened than I met my future husband and married in haste and on the rebound. Sadly, that marriage ended in divorce, though with 2 beautiful children. So how blessed I am to have those beautiful children. So yes, the divorce was extremely traumatic and unfortunately acrimonious, and it was just having had the children that I'd always, and family life that I'd craved or wanted or needed so much, then to have it broken and ruptured in that way and be another statistic in another way was just, I couldn't believe it. So it was another trauma on top of all the others, and particularly for my children, who were quite young, I think 4 and 8 at the time. So, I was on my knees really, with grief and, self-recrimination and no doubt self-pity. And, but it was the making of me, the suffering and, took me back to the Lord, to my faith, to prayer, to everything I hold dear. It's everything to me. It's everything. Jesus is everything to me. I was speaking to my dad and told him everything that had happened. He was so shocked and upset that I hadn't been able to confide in him, and very sad about being a grandfather of those children. And but anyway, the whole conversation brought us much closer together. So it was very healing in itself, and in a way, it was one of the first steps, apart from coming back to my faith, in healing with my father, who I'd had a difficult relationship with. And the next time I saw him, he surprised me when he pulled a card out of his wallet, which he'd found in the back of a church. He was a daily mass goer, and found this card, and he handed it to me quite discreetly and said, "You may be interested in this." And it said Rachel's Vineyard on it. And I thought, what's that? Very suspiciously. And saw that it was for post-abortive women, and offered healing at weekend retreats at various parts of the country. So I took this card, and it was in Ireland actually, he found the card. And when I came back to England, I spoke to a priest, a wise priest, and he said, well, why don't you do it? So that was encouraging for me. So I felt very nervous, very scared. I knew I had to take this step, however. I ummed and ahed for a while. And in the end, I plucked up courage and made the phone call. And of course, after that, everything was just great. Spoke to a lovely person, booked myself in, went along, and it was the best weekend I'd ever done of that kind, of a retreat, I mean. And the first time for myself and for a number of people in the room, probably all of us, where we had the space and the love and the support and compassion to speak out our stories. And so I absolutely recommend Rachel's Vineyard to everybody. It's the most wonderful team of people, different teams, of course, working together, very, very well trained, and you know, every Rachel's Vineyard team has a post-abortive woman or sometimes man, and it's very sensitively done. Of course, everything's confidential, stays in the room, and often people do keep in touch with people, so there's an ongoing support. So yes, so then I became quite involved, helping 1 to 2 retreats after that, and Rachel's Vineyard retreat and so on. And yeah, I recommend it to you. Don't even think about not going. But of course, the greatest thing is the grace of God and the moving of the Holy Spirit, the presence of the Blessed Mother and of the healer of all healers, our Lord Jesus Christ. You know, after having named my children Francis, Rosa, John, Gabriel, Magdalene, just as a reminder, I, you know, in prayer it would came quite strongly that 5 children, I'd be staring at a crucifix, 5 wounds, you know, the 5 wounds of Christ. And what an unexpected blessing that out of such evil, really, that so much beauty and grace could come through, and that I'd always had a fearful relationship with the crucifix, and a horror, really, and, you know, definitely wanting to run away from it. But this has given me the, you know, by the grace of God, given me this beautiful new relationship with the crucifix, as painful and sad as the means was, so to speak, so that now I can embrace it with my whole heart and soul and kiss those wounds tenderly, and know that I am forgiven, I am forgiven, I am loved, I'm a child of God, and I'm blessed. And that I would want everyone to know, if there's anyone out there listening to this who's feeling alone, isolated, unloved, misunderstood, depressed, shameful, ashamed, and in the dark, to say that there is light, there is light. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and the light. And that there is help there, and ask for it. And the first person to ask, of course, is him. He's just waiting for us to love him.
Thank you, Marie, for having courage and sharing such a difficult story. And if any of you have had similar experiences, are going through something similar, if you know someone who is having an abortion, or those who have performed or helped in having abortions and are struggling with guilt, you can go on the March for Life website, and there are plenty of organisations which can help you overcome that trauma.
Yeah, and it's so important to seek out that hope and healing. And so I really would encourage you to do that as well. So we now come to our final session. Thank you so much for joining us for these 3 live streams. We have Dr. Callum Miller, who will be answering our final apologetics tough question, which is based on the statement, don't like abortion, don't have one.
If you don't like abortion, then just don't have one. This seems quite intuitive in a sense. You might think that we have this approach to all sorts of things. If you don't like ice cream, then don't have it. If you don't like watching movies, then don't watch them. The problem with this claim is that it fundamentally misunderstands the pro-life position. And I would actually ask anyone who sincerely made this claim to explain the pro-life position to me, because it seems that there's been a fundamental misunderstanding about what pro-lifers actually say. Pro-lifers don't dislike abortion as a matter of preference. It's not that they think abortion is yucky or disgusting or they want to keep it out of their sight. It's not as if they think abortion is something that they would prefer not to be involved in. That's not what the claim is. The claim is that abortion is a problem of justice and that it's a problem where a vulnerable human being is harmed. Now, when you put it this way, it should become quite obvious why this argument doesn't work. In any other issue of justice or the harming of vulnerable, innocent people, we would never say, if you don't like the harm that's being done to them, then don't do it. We would never say, if you don't like stealing, then don't steal. If you don't like robbery, then don't rob. If you don't like killing, don't kill. We say that when there's a matter of fundamental justice, then there needs to be protection for the victim of that injustice. And of course, in the case of abortion, there are two people at least who are harmed by it. There's the unborn child whose life is ended, and there's the woman whose life is made traumatic by an abortion. Now, you might think if abortion only harmed women, then other people should stay out of it because it's their choice to be harmed if they want to, or if they decide that's ultimately better for them. Of course, they wouldn't deliberately seek out harm, but they might decide that the trauma and distress of an abortion is the best option in their situation. So if abortion was only traumatic to her, then maybe this argument would make sense. But if abortion also ends the life of an innocent human being, then the argument cannot make any sense at all. It would be like saying, don't like kidnapping, then don't kidnap. It simply doesn't make any sense, and we would never use it for any other issue of injustice where there is a victim who needs protection. And so for the same reasons, it doesn't work in the case of abortion.
Well, thank you, Dr. Callum, for sharing with us for the final time. And I've found these apologetics questions incredibly helpful, and I've always found that when you know these things, actually your conversations with people about abortion can be that much more productive, and you can be that much more persuasive. So it's very important to learn about this issue, whether that's in books, from podcasts, websites, YouTube videos. So do continue to look into the topic and learn more about how you can talk about abortion.
So true. So let's change hearts and minds by doing these 3 ways by taking action. So the first way is we can donate. So if you go on the March for Life UK website, marchforlife.co.uk, and then you will see a click to donate button, and you can set up a monthly payment if that works for you to help us spread the pro-life cause.
And secondly, we'd love you to attend the March for Life in person in London on Saturday, 3rd of September this year. We have lots of leaflets that you can order. If you get in contact via our website, we can send a whole pack of leaflets to you that you can distribute to your friends, people, if you go to a church, in your church, to your family. And if you are part of a church, why not see if you could stand up in church for a few minutes just to explain what's going on and how people can help by being with us in person and helping us be a really powerful presence on the streets. And of course, we'd also love you to pray and pray that abortion will end in this country, pray it become unthinkable, pray it become illegal, and pray that our presence in London in September will be powerful and will be noticed by the Prime Minister and by the Cabinet and the entire nation.
Exactly. So across the year, not just once a year, we've got many things that you can do. So please go on the website marchforlife.co.uk and you can have a look at all the different organisations where you can get involved in doing pro-life work. Also, if you've missed any of the sessions in the past 2 days, there's a lot of useful information for you to hear. You can go on our YouTube channel, and you can also go on the website to rewatch the past 2 evenings. Also, if you have any pro-life stories that you would like to share, but also any hard stories for you that you would like to share about your experiences, then contact March for Life and they would love to hear your story.
Well, I think thank you so much to everyone who's tuned in, for all of you guys for watching, for engaging with all of this incredibly important and valuable content. But also thank you to all of our speakers and everybody who's given the time to teach us on this issue. Thank you to everyone who was brave enough to share their testimonies and to really speak out publicly about what's happened to them, and we really appreciate you doing so. 10 million lives is too many. 10 million lives is a genocide, and this is what has happened in our nation up until this point. But today can mark a turning point in history, and from this point on, we can take a stand to save lives. We can end this genocide, and it does not have to happen in the future. So I'd really encourage you to take a stand with us. To reach out via the website, get in contact, come to the march in September. We'd love to have you there.
So our last reminder to you is, again, see you in September, meet all of us, come and say hello and stand for the pro-life cause and fight against the biggest human rights violation of our time. And be with us as we say, life from conception, no exception.
The river is full of little drops of rain, and each one of you, each contribution is a little drop that's making that river great. So whoever you are, wherever you're from, whatever your faith, whatever holds your life together, whatever experiences you've been through, and whatever awaits us along the road, let's value this moment.
Abortion's the #1 issue for today because the right to life is the most fundamental human right of all. So if you're not going to argue for the right to life for everyone, then all other human rights are extinct.
In a society where unborn babies are not valued, how can you really value anything else?
We abolished the death penalty for the guilty. Why do we still have it for the innocent?
Today I have come to support March for Life. I have been there, I've been through it, and I know how difficult it is. Sometimes you need somebody to let you know that you can do it, no matter how difficult it is. Abortion is not giving an opportunity for another life to live. You don't know what that child is going to be. No reason is good enough to have the abortion. Every reason is good enough to give it a life.
I'm here today knowing that if a pregnant woman walking down the street sees the march and she's considering abortion, she might hear us, she might see us, she might see one particular banner, the banner I saw, and she might cancel her abortion.
In years to come, when people look back with clarity at this #1 issue, the greatest human rights violation of all time, and they ask, how could there be so many bystanders? Let no one be able to say that among those bystanders was you or me.